I'm Jen Sherman. We're here at our last day of Voice 2019, and we're going to be doing a tour of the Expo Hall. But first, I want to introduce, and you've probably seen a lot of Pete, but we have Pete, who's the founder of Voice and Modev. So, hey, Pete.
Hey. It is awesome to be here. We are standing here in the Expo Hall. I'm in front of the Amazon Alexa smart home, which is an incredibly impressive structure here in the Expo. But I think what's also incredibly impressive are the people that are at this event. I have met people from more than 26 countries, 5 continents, I think every state in the union, and everybody brings so much to this really exciting emerging space. I'm excited for the tour you're going to take through the Expo. I think we had about 150 companies exhibit at this event, and we are set for big growth, but most importantly, I think we're set to make a lot more connections. When people connect, the world changes, and that's what we're doing here, and it's just been a total joy for me.
Well, thank you, Pete, for trusting us to do all this. We're live, so let's keep moving, and
have
thank
a great
you
tour.
for your
Thanks so
attention.
much, Pete.
Okay, let's go for a
All right, let's go for a ride.
I should get the hoverboard and go for a ride. So we're live right now, so there's always the chance of something crazy happening, but hopefully it'll be all good. We like applause, not just because they're one of our large sponsors, but they actually have really, really important technology for this industry. They are a global leader in voice and AI testing. We're going to keep on going. Our goal during this moment is not to stop and talk with folks. We just want to basically show you around. So this is Voicify.
Yep.
Voicify is the world's first voice engagement platform, and this is a tool primarily for the enterprise, mostly used by agencies, that allows people to put audio content on multiple platforms at once. Parloa, I believe, the enterprise solution for building automated dialogue. So Jen, tell us about Appen. If you don't know anything, I just read the branding. I figure if they have a sign,
the best
all
part
I gotta
about
do is read.
that's the best part about Ian. He just like I've known them for years. So this is Appen. This is a high quality training data for voice and language based AI solutions. Awesome company. Thanks so much for being here, Joe.
Thank you for being a sponsor. These guys are data with a human touch.
Yeah, data. Everyone loves data with a human touch.
And then I'm always looking for the next generation of human-driven data.
Same.
And
Same.
That's what they have, AI data innovations.
Hey guys, nice to see you again. Thanks so much for being here.
I'm more of a high fiver.
I'll give you another high five
We're on the move. We're just showing, we're live streaming, showing people the booth before it fills up with people.
Yes, got to give our sponsors some nice shout outs.
Boom.
Hey Boom, I've heard a lot about you. I hear that you're coming to be interviewed. Yeah,
we're gonna do the
excited.
interview.
Looking forward. We're excited for the live stream. All right.
What are you guys doing? Good. We're doing great. This is Conversational Automation Platform, and give us 5 seconds about your company. We're just kind of
fits into the conversation platform. It actually feeds into it. So when you talk into an Alexa, Google, whatever, converts to text, and we take it through a machine learning automation, which makes sense for the person that's talking, and feeds it back.
Awesome. And you pronounced your company Cognify?
Cognigy.
Yeah, Cognigy. See, I was like, all right, who's taking this one? Cognigy.
Somehow superimposed an F into their name.
And we have Aider.
Awesome.
Aider makes smarter business decisions with real-time data.
Yeah, that's
it's a digital assistant for small business, which frankly, I would love.
Every time I think about Aider, I'm like, you just got to ask Aider.
Yeah.
It's,
Oh wait, let's take a pause for 2 secs. Hey, Bigsby Developer Sessions. This is Bigsby. We love Samsung Bigsby. So Bigsby is basically it's their voice assistant. I mean, how would you?
It's Bixby is to Samsung what Alexa is to Amazon, or Assistant is to Google, or you are to Pete.
Yeah, you are to Pete. Kills me every time.
Okay, well, we have a Modev booth over here.
Hey, what's up?
Let's show them the Expo Hall so they can actually see the extent.
Oh yeah, so this is what we're looking at here, guys.
So here we are, and you can just get an idea of the scale. This is maybe a third of our sponsors because we have about twice this many outside in the concourse, but it does give you a good idea of how extensive the amount of sponsors that Pete's team got. This is First Voice.
First Voice. The more you know, the more you grow. It's true. It really is true. That's a great slogan.
And they're giving away a Google Home Mini or a Nest Hub.
Hi, Google. Ask First Voice to enter the draw.
Did that work? Did we just enter?
Yeah.
I feel lucky today.
Me too.
We're gonna make this happen.
We will.
This is, what was that?
V Group.
Well,
Solutions
V
through
Group.
automation and intelligence. That's what we have here. This is awesome. Thanks so much for being here, guys.
Yes, thank you for being a sponsor. Voiceovers.com. Now, they provide a voice for next generation applications, and they actually speak your language.
I said it better myself.
I can read. We have interactions over here. They believe that AI should adapt to human conversation.
Not vice versa.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I mean, I really
Don't you
needed
want something
help.
better for your customers? Yes.
Yes, I do.
Now we have Pin Drop. Pin Drop is securing voice everywhere. They're multi-factor identity and fraud detection. This is important because we need security. That's a really big issue these days.
It is a big issue.
Speech morphing. The voice that connects.
That little branded virtual agents, it kind of looks like R2-D2. I dig that.
Yeah.
And that smart self-service looks like Princess Leia got captured and she's a prisoner in a telemarketing.
And she let her hair down. Now we have a Willow Tree. I like that. That makes me feel good. I like that name.
Isn't that a nice booth? They were
That is
the
a
first
nice
ones to
booth.
set up.
Yeah.
They came and set up on Sunday.
Aw, they're a digital product agency.
Yes, they are. Look at all those digital
Products. We love the setup, guys. Thanks for being here.
big companies like them.
We have Cue Ball
Dude, I want to
X.
play with the Cue Ball right now.
The microphone you can drop, toss, and roll.
Okay, listen, you need to go to buycueball.com, buy a cue ball, and send it to me. Because I really, really want one.
My address is
Maybe not.
click, clink, click, clink.
Clink.
We like it.
What does Clink do? Throw it out there.
Conversational artificial intelligence.
Conversational artificial intelligence.
Okay, let's go to
Build,
Prudential.
virtual
Now, here's
assistants,
something that is-
IVR contact solutions, chatbots, you name it. Anything that you need. Mobile app, web.
Clink is there.
Whatever you want, we got it.
Love it. Well, thanks so much for being
We do
here.
appreciate it.
All right.
So we have Prudential. So Prudential is one of our
They're our platinum sponsor.
Platinum. So here's what's interesting. Platinum, well, our diamond is Amazon Alexa, and then platinum would be Samsung and Microsoft
Well, no, so the
and Prudential, which is
totally.
interesting because people wouldn't think, oh, Prudential's going to come in and be a platinum sponsor for a voice event. But they're doing some really, really cool things.
They are, and also just to note too, Prudential is a really special one here. I mean, we have David, who led Steam Day. He's the He's a VP at Prudential. He's a VP, and the thing is that they're
He's also very likable.
Yeah, David's likable. Likable David.
Likable David.
Likable David. But Prudential's important here because they are, they're homegrown in Newark,
Right,
and that's really important. And
cool.
they give a lot back to the community, and they've really been an amazing partner for us in our second year here at Voice Summit. So thanks so much, Prudential. You're awesome.
Yes, thank you. And they helped put on that really awesome experience.
Yeah, the
for the high
Steam.
school
Yeah,
kids.
the Steam Day.
Yep.
That's what we stopped by on Monday. We live stream from there as well. Hey, Audible. Audible, another
Sit down
homegrown.
and listen to a book right now?
Kind of.
Me too.
I wish I could sit, but Audible's awesome too because that's another homegrown Newark
That's
company.
Right.
Yep.
And then Amazon acquired them, and they were
Yep.
here.
And then we're back to Bigsby. We have Samsung Bigsby here. They're huge, really great partner of just Voice Summit in general. And we're really grateful to have them here.
And they have magic shows.
We love
with
magic
Rory
shows.
Wheeler.
He's
definitely good.
Oh my
at
God,
getting people
that
excited.
magic show, frankly,
So this is
was awesome.
GM Voices,
Yes.
your voice to the world. Good morning.
Hey,
Nice to meet you.
Jen,
Mike.
nice to meet you.
We're
Thanks
just
so much
kinda
for being
walking
here.
around Showing folks
Yeah.
the sponsors.
Live
Thank you for
streaming.
being a
Got to give you
sponsor.
guys some love. Can I have a Jolly
Appreciate it.
Rancher? Thank
Spin
you.
Dance.
Thanks so much.
How are you guys? Good. So you guys do software design, development, and support for IoT. They ideate, design,
Spin
develop,
dance.
support,
You guys
compete,
make me want to
and I
dance,
can
honestly.
read. Voices.
Voices.
Who got your booth stuck in customs. I'm sorry
Voices.com.
that happened.
Yeah.
You too.
But you know what?
Watching you guys on the live stream.
Oh, right on.
Awesome.
So can we have you talk about Voices for a moment?
Yeah.
So voices.com is the online marketplace. We connect business clients, marketers, brands, developers with professional voice actors, so of whom I'm not one, but we have an amazing community of 300,000 voice actors from all around the world. They speak over 100 languages, and so we've been at this for about 10 years already, and so typically it was radio and TV commercials, podcasts, and audiobooks. And of course, we're here because marketers are viewing voice as an important channel, and so we created a new category for voice assistants.
Right.
And talent are uploading demos showcasing the work that they've already done. Yep. And we're inviting clients to post jobs into that category as they look about creating skills. Or other Google Actions, hopefully, and want to work with a voice actor as opposed to the default synthetic voice.
Right.
Voices.com is an option for you.
So 300,000 voice actors, kind of like an Upwork, but specific to voice, or freelancer.com specific to voice. Yep. It's unfortunate your booth's not here. You guys had absolutely the best booth in this entire place.
This is our running joke.
Use your imagination. Yeah. It was fabulous.
Exactly. That's what we've been saying. We're having to rely on our good looks and our charm is really all it is.
Well,
and the fact we all have the same jackets.
Very charming. Everybody's been very happy as they've come over.
You're definitely uniform. You're definitely in uniform.
We kind of walk around like a posse, and people are like, these guys look important.
You are important. Now, can you tell us one or two of your primary goals in being here? Are you recruiting people that will be voice actors? Are you recruiting people that want to hire them? Are you recruiting staff for your company? Whatever one or two of your primary goals are, what are they?
Yep.
And listen, because this is what we need to get done for voices.
Yeah, for sure. So the primary goal is, because it's a two-sided marketplace, we always have to have these in balance. We need to create the demand, so those brands and marketers and those people who are needing a voice actor, so we're inviting them to sign up for free on voices.com and post a job. Yep. And then likewise, actually we had a meetup here yesterday of voice actors, and they're looking to find work in a new way. So we're really encouraging both parties to sign up on our website, create a profile. Go to voices.com.
There's two options. I need talent. I am talent.
Exactly. Great. You got it. Thanks for stopping by, guys.
Thanks so much.
All right.
It's awesome.
All
right, so that's voices.com, guys. They have great jackets. We really like them.
Yeah.
Twilio.
I built a big company from a Twilio API.
Yeah, you did say that.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Twilio, we definitely wouldn't have become...
I don't even know if you would be here if it wasn't for Twilio. Think about it,
My mom would be very upset that you said that. All right, let's go back this way. We're going to go to Audio Burst. I see Rachel. And I don't know if she's going to be there very long, but Rachel is a legendary executive.
She's a legend. Wait for it. Dairy.
Legendary.
Do you know that? Did you hear that?
Legendary.
You know that line? It was legend. Wait for it. Dairy. All right. So we got Audio Burst. I love pink. I don't know about you, but I love this pink. I really think their branding. They really came out strong.
Pink, white, and black. It's the
best. That's hot pink.
Look at those shirts.
Hot pink.
It's just bursting. Design glory. Hi, how are you?
Hey, we're doing a live stream and just giving some shout outs to all the sponsors here, amazing sponsors.
Yeah. We really appreciate it.
Thank you guys. We're having a blast.
Good. That's happy.
Give us Audio Burst in 2 sentences.
Okay. So what AudioBurst does is we take long-form audio content, and with our AI system, we transform it into short-form, burst-size pieces. Yep. And those pieces can easily be shareable throughout social media or anywhere else, or can also be delivered in a form of answering a question. Right. Like I could just ask now Google, Alexa, or one of our native apps, what's going on with Kim Kardashian, or what's the latest about Taylor Swift, and I would get an actual audio content piece from a radio show or from a podcast that just talked about her even 5 minutes ago.
You're the audible search engine for all things voice.
Exactly.
And so much more. And if you look at the metrics and the numbers, I think you're lying, but supposedly they're telling the truth. I don't know how they do it all. Thanks for being here and being a sponsor.
Thanks so much for being here.
Go this way.
Nice to meet you guys.
You too.
Thanks.
Okay, here we are with Survey Line. This is Stuart's company. They are doing surveys by voice. Think SurveyMonkey, and but it's done with voice. So it works with the Amazon Alexa,
Google Assistant, Android, and our good old friend Siri. So
right.
you can create your survey in minutes.
This is Witlingo.
I like their name.
Witlingo is very similar to Voicify. I think Voicify would be more like set up for agencies and enterprise. Witlingo feels to me like they're more set up to audio that gets distributed everywhere for like a consumer market.
Yep.
We're just gonna kind of go down these really quick.
I really like Earplay. I don't know about you. I love them.
Well,
I love them.
Jonathan's amazing. They keep winning awards.
They keep
Congratulations, Earplay.
They won our
on
award
all
last night at
of
our
the awards that you've been winning.
Yep.
They are the ultimate voice publishing platform. We have Sensory here, on-device, devoice, natural language, biometrics, and vision AI. This, what we're coming up to is the New Jersey Business and Industry Association. And we'll turn around and go look at the others. I think we're about ready to open. We'll go this way.
Oh, they brought us water.
This is the New Jersey Business Magazine, which is kind of connected to the other one on the other side. And to keep things simple, let's do here and then we'll do here. So, Abus, good morning, Bruce.
Good morning.
It's good to see you again. We
Hi.
had a fun time on the Expo stage.
Yep.
So this is a hassle-free way to developing a truly intelligent chatbot. And then we have Red Space, where they're building the future of television, entertainment, and learning. It's a scalable cross-platform experiences that engage global audiences. So tell us about Just AI.
Just AI is AI-powered marketing with enterprise-grade solutions.
These are my
Really
friends
cool.
from,
Yeah.
Russia. They also have an office in London, and they're opening one in Silicon Valley. I feel like there's a third office they currently have already, right? You're Russia, London. Where's the other office at? China, that's it. And they're opening
That's
one in
awesome.
Silicon Valley, so they'll be hiring more folks. They have about 100 employees. The other side of Earplay.
Other side.
Here's
Pero.
yeah, I interviewed them a couple times.
You interviewed Pero yesterday.
Yeah, life science voice and an AI assistant. And basically it's one interface that allows you to connect with all of your enterprise applications. And then Canary Speech, where they're using voice technology to deal with human illness sooner. This could actually be one of the most significant techs that empowers and helps humanity. I'm quite excited about this. Priva Key, secure voice interactions. Good morning.
Good morning.
Glad to have you here as a sponsor. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, it's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Cobalt Speech and Language. You want to give us kind of the 10-second thought on Cobalt. And by the way, your top 10 uses of voice, I still am thinking about it a few days later. Thanks for that. So,
Okay.
yeah.
We're a speech technology company. We do everything. We do everything. There's that microphone again. We do everything from speech recognition, speech synthesis, chatbots, dialogue systems, and so forth. Our focus right now is on custom development, bespoke applications for corporate customers.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for being here.
Yeah.
Happy to be here.
And I love your business card. We talked about that.
Thank you.
We have Just AI other side. This is so rad.
Radicis.
Industry-leading media server with advanced speech processing. We have ARM. This is Matrix Labs, and they're very, very, very private. You got to get up real close to figure out what they do. The Ultimate Edge AI and IoT development boards.
Wow.
Cords.
Cool.
Development boards with cords. Blue Tag, voice for retail. Good morning.
Hello. Good. Thanks so much for being here.
We have ARM. This is TensorFlow. Awesome. And the New Jersey Institute of Technology, which is where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, they really have shown up.
Now this says the home of innovation and entrepreneurship in New Jersey because they have VentureLink as well as the New Jersey Innovation Institute.
And we interviewed him yesterday.
Dr. Don
Yeah, Dr. Don.
is one of my new heroes.
Yeah, he's
Thank you,
a
Dr.
legend.
Don, for bringing joy. to my
And
week.
we have Bond.ai. Look at this. Look at this award. Wow. Wow. Nice to see you again.
Award winner.
Award winner. Can I touch it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Bond AI, human-centered artificial intelligence. Congratulations.
Here, get in front of your award.
It's awesome. We have Iterate AI. They get innovation done. Viacom Infinity, the most secureable voice platform for the enterprise, and Mobiquity.
Hello.
Where they want to start the
Jen
conversation.
Sherman, nice to meet you. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for being a sponsor. Appreciate it.
Yes, we're going around and just giving our
we're just kinda
sponsors
showing everybody
love.
the booths.
Yeah.
I'll let you lead this way. I'll follow you. So Mobiquity, they say the future's here. Question?
The question is, are you
listening?
Are you listening? Are you listening?
I'm listening to you.
Okay. Bond.ai again. We love these guys. They're great. They're human-centered AI for banks. Yes, please.
These are the world leaders in voice biometrics.
Yeah.
Good morning.
We love Paul. Paul's the
Yeah,
best.
Paul jumped on our stage a bit ago. And then XVF voice processors
Bringing technology to life. Frankly, what's great about them is they have M&Ms.
And
so
M&Ms are fantastic. In fact, oh yes.
I stacked Jolly
I'll
Ranchers.
share it with you, yeah?
Okay.
have,
Aria. So, frankly, I've been staring at her probably this whole time.
Dude.
And I think her and I are dating now. I think
we're
we're dating now, but I don't know. She hasn't told me yes yet, but it might be one-sided.
E2F.
Hey, Scott, good to see
Your
you again.
global voice, translation, and data annotation services. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you like an M&M?
No, thank you. I'm allergic to chocolate.
Ouch, man.
Scott actually we were going to interview him, but it's okay. It's okay.
Too late. It's not too late. We got all
Never
day.
too late. Sonos.
You thought Sonos makes speakers? No. Sonos makes spray cans. Should I try this out?
Don't put it in your mouth.
I sprayed myself in the face yesterday. I thought that was pretty
He
funny.
thought it was rose water and it was a screen cleaner.
Would you like this? And come here and grab one. Sonos makes awesome speakers. I think I got a Sonos speaker like 10 years ago. Glad they're here. Glad they're making things happen. The voice.
Pillow health, bringing health
like
to home.
An Alexa device or a Google Mini device, but specific to health. Magic & Co. is one of the big agencies in this space, and we're going to wrap up in the next 2 minutes. Let's show you the last couple areas.
Bot society. Who doesn't want a bot society? I do.
Well, this is a powerful, intuitive voice design tool.
Yeah, no, it's very cool.
Phone.com, where you can communicate better.
I mean, I think it's pretty impressive that they got phone.com as a as their
.com?
Yeah.
They're having a raffle here at Sonos, giving the Sonos One away.
Oh wait, I want to win one.
Look at those stickers. Almost through. Agolia.
Thanks for being here, Agolia. Oh, what are we shopping
Thanks for being a sponsor.
Love whiskey. I love whiskey.
We looked at Aria.
Aria.
And
Aria.
this is the new XVF 3510. All the performance at half the price. You know, I believe we've done our job. Come over. Here's what's next.
Come on over.
Oh, Orbita.
Orbita. We almost forgot.
Orbita is actually super important.
Orbita showed
Orbita's
up.
the first HIPAA-compliant voice company.
Yeah.
So
Hey guys, thanks so much for being here.
we're just showing folks the floor. The last one is over here.
Aspinity.
Aspinity.
Oh, Skittles. I love Skittles.
And let's end right here. This is cool. I want to show this.
Yeah, let's show this.
So this is the Alexa Fund, and $200 million venture capital fund that was founded in 2015, and then it's invested in 60 companies that have had a number of exits. And so this is how Alexa is helping create this ecosystem, is by investing Amazon's and other investors money and leverage in order to help these types of companies.
Which is
launch
awesome.
and
Go
scale.
Alexa. I mean, I'll tell you something. I love Amazon. I really do.
They're awesome.
They're
Okay,
awesome.
Last 30 seconds, let's just go through and show you this, and then we'll end.
I know we're breaking the rules, but we asked for forgiveness later.
So this
Sorry,
is the
we
smart
entered
home.
incorrectly. Hey Alexa.
So this is an example of what a home could be, of what your home could be, and we'll see you in just a moment. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for letting me co-host with you. So stoked to be on your team.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to the Voice Summit here in Newark, New Jersey, and thank you for your attention. We're live streaming to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter on so many accounts, I can't keep track of them all. We're excited to hear what you're going to share about Bot Society. So please introduce yourself. Vittorio, yes, the CEO and the founder of Bot Society. Tell the folks who you are and what your company does and what you're going to talk about on stage.
Yeah, sure. So, hello everybody, I'm Vittorio. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Bot Society. We're like Photoshop for chat and voice. So your creative team, your designers, your program managers, they can design complex voice interactions with a powerful, intuitive tool.
Wonderful. Well, I think everybody here is looking forward to getting you on stage, so I won't keep you any longer. And in just a moment, we'll be right back with more information about Bot Society. Thanks again for your attention.
All right. Hello, everybody. It's very exciting to be here. I'm Vittorio. I'm the co-founder of Bot Society and the owner of this very complicated. All right. I'll just sit down. I was too excited. I wanted to stand. I'm sure everybody understands. So I'm also the owner of this very complicated Twitter handle and the founder of Bot Society. Bot Society is a design tool for voice and chat. It's a powerful, intuitive way of designing your next Alexa skill or your next Google Assistant interaction. And so far we've been pretty fortunate. More than 2.5 million messages have been collectively designed by designers from all over the world. Our investors include 500 startups and Google. And we also have an educational program that enrolled thousands of students across the United States. But it's not what I'm going to talk about today. So today I want to talk about something different. I want to talk about how conversation design today is like web design in 1996. So if you think about web design in 1996, one of the first websites that came out that everybody was excited about was this. Oh my God, like this is the Space Jam website. I was 7 when it came out, very exciting, but that's a menu, right? That's not very usable. It's just circling around. And how is that possible? I mean, the user interface was commercialized in 1984, so it was still, was not the early days of graphical user interfaces. So why was Space Jam website like that? And the reason was that there were not enough users that were using these technologies to make it improve at a very fast pace. So for example, we just learned later by working with users using it that a yellow button on the bottom left side was not selling as much as a green button on the bottom right side, even though the technology was the same. Right, so this was 1996 for the web. What about conversational interfaces? So when I'm talking about conversation interfaces, I refer to chat and voice, and specifically, what about voice? Where the conversation interfaces have been around since quite some time as well. This is Eliza. It's from the 60s. You can try it out on the web. It's very cool. It's kind of like a psychotherapist that you can talk with. It's actually a bot. So this is not a new interface. So what's the difference right now? And the difference is that by the way, we still don't know what are all the best practices of this type of interfaces, right? We still have to discover them in the same way that the Space Jam website still had to discover a bunch of stuff. We're still in the very early days. And just to make an example, like a question about where would you like to go in a voice interface that allows you to buy plane tickets, that's conversational design. The way that you express this question, it's how you design the bot. It's one of the things that you need to design. So for example, this design, it's not as good as this design, right? So in this other case, the bot is making examples of what the user can say and is indicating that the bot already knows where the user is. So we're starting to discover this kind of stuff, but we're still not there. And the reason is that it's still the early days. And so if you tried Siri or this kind of stuff, we're still in the very, very early days of this type of interfaces. But what's exciting and what's similar to 1996 is that we're reaching a tipping point where we have enough users on these platforms that allows us to iterate on the design together with the users at a very fast pace. And so one of the statistics that I really like is this one, whereby every owner of a speaker, a smart speaker, uses it daily or more. 77% uses it daily or more. And that's very exciting because it creates this kind of collective journey between designers and users that allows us to innovate at a very, very fast pace on a global scale. And so the trick is that conversational interfaces are fundamentally different compared to graphical interface. You don't have screens, you don't have buttons, and so how do you design, how do you improve the design of this type of interfaces? And so that's what we're doing at Bot Society. We're building a dedicated design tools that allows you to design voice and chat interface in an intuitive, powerful way that is not possible with other tools on the market, let alone with a spreadsheet or a Word document. And so what we're excited about is allow the design community to participate in this global sandbox that is now open between all the users that are on these platforms and all the creativity that we'll need to pour into this type of interfaces to innovate. And there is a lot of space that we can explore together, I think. I'm just throwing up some ideas. I think personality is still something that we didn't explore enough. I would personally love to ask the weather information to a very grumpy personality that is very sad. The context, I think we didn't explore this enough, how much we can explore the potentiality of knowing the context of what is the user asking, but in which scenario. And generally speaking, the new experiences that we can create, and we've seen some of them today at Voice, in these days at Voice, but there is still a lot of space there. So again, we're very excited to bring the community into this global sandbox, and I think that's it. Thank you for listening to me. If you're interested in learning more about Bot Society, we're here, we have a booth, check us out. Thank you.
Welcome to the Voice Summit. My name is Ian Utilli, and I'm here for the post interview of the demo that you just did. Thank you for being here and for sharing that with everybody.
Thank you. I'm very excited, and the crowd here has been amazing, and the innovations that we've seen here at the summit were great. And we're looking forward to work more with the design community.
Yes. And so, what's the call to action? Somebody's watching the live stream on one of Pete Erickson's Voice Summit or MoDev channels, one of Bradley Metrock's Voice First FM, or Attention Live, or the Influencer Collective. There's all these channels we're streaming to. What do you want them to do? You want them to go to Bot Society and do what? What's the call to action?
So if you're a designer, check out botsociety.io. It's a way to design voice and chat interfaces, and we really need creative people in the industry that propels us forward, not only technically, but also from the branding, from the interaction design point of view. That's very, very important. And we look forward to empower you. We have also a free plan, so you can just try it out and tell us what you think.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for being here. I'm glad you did that. I'm glad that you're with us. I'll be back in just 1 minute. Welcome to the Voice Summit here in Newark, New Jersey. We are at NJIT, and today is day number 3. I'm here with Dustin, and you're going to be doing a talk on search. So tell us a bit about what you hope to communicate and who you are.
Yeah, so my name is Dustin Coates. I am the voice search lead at Algolia. We're a search and discovery platform for websites, mobile apps, and increasingly voice applications as well. And what I am hoping to talk about today is we talk a lot at this conference and overall about voice SEO, but once people actually arrive in your voice applications, how do they then find things? And what we feel is that search is the perfect way to expand the capabilities of your voice applications.
That's fantastic. Well, I look forward to hearing a lot more and having you kind of do your demo and plug in and all that. So we'll be back in just 1 minute. Welcome to the Voice Summit. We are here to do another brief demo. But you know, in this world where everybody has a short attention span, this is probably what people are looking for. This is the content that the people crave. Dustin, take it away. Tell us about your company and the importance of voice search and discovery in voice.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Dustin Coates. I'm the voice search lead at a company called Algolia. We're a search and discovery platform for websites, mobile apps, and increasingly voice applications as well. You've probably used us and don't know that you have. We power the search and discovery for over 7,500 of our customers, 60 billion searches every single month. Companies like NPR, National Geographic, Twitch, if you've ever done a search on these websites or apps, that's actually gone through Algolia. And what we're seeing is that increasingly our customers are coming to us, asking us what we can do for voice and natural language search as well. And the numbers industry-wide bear this out also. We see that 91% of CEOs say that they're investing in voice in 2019. And then on the user side, this is a stat from last year, so we expect the number to be even higher. 71%, nearly 3 out of 4 users say they prefer to search through voice than to use a keyboard. We also at Algolia do a lot of user research, and increasingly what we're hearing is users saying to us, I use voice because I'm actually making fewer mistakes when I speak to my phone, or it's more convenient when I use my voice than when I use the keyboard. However, even if people are preferring to use voice, their problem is that their number one dislike is they are asking these conversational experiences questions, but then they're not getting answers in return. We talk a lot here about voice first. We talk about Alexa, we talk about Google Assistant. But I challenge you to think much more broadly about where voice can be. We have customers who are using us on those platforms for sure, but they're also adding voice to their mobile applications. They're also adding, in some situations, adding voice inside their stores. My dream, I don't know about you, but my dream is to go into a hardware store and never have to speak to anyone. Just to be able to ask a question through my voice and not have to see the judging eyes of those guys who don't know why I don't know what type of nails I need. And so that's what we're seeing is really voice across all of these platforms, the same voice experience of building that relationship. Some of you though, some of you who are building for Alexa and Google Assistant may think, I don't really need search inside my voice applications. I have entity resolution. I have the NLU that the platforms are providing me. And that may be true. However, you may have some situations where you need to disambiguate. Did that person say Danny or Ginny or Linny or Lenny? Search can help here. You might also need search if you have a lot of different items. Let's say you build a skill for baseball scores. You might only have 30 items, 30 teams. However, someone could ask for the Chicago White Sox, which is probably your default entity, but they could ask for the White Sox or the Sox or the Southsiders or Northsiders or the team that won the 2005 World Series. This is where search can come into play. And then finally, you might have a lot of attributes as well. Who's that guy from accounting that started last week who is based in our San Francisco office? Search can come into play here as well. Now, I'm not a big video game person, but I recently bought a Switch and I probably spent a little bit too much time on it. And so I've started thinking about video game metaphors. The way I think about search inside voice application is it takes your voice application from something like this, which is fun, but it's very regimented, it's very two-dimensional, to something like this, where you have a lot more options and a lot more freedom. That's what you're giving your users when you add search and discovery inside your voice applications. We have some challenges though. We have some challenges where the ASR isn't going to recognize everything that's said to it. It's getting better, but still it's not going to recognize everything. There's a plethora of different ways, there's myriad ways, there's a lot of different ways that people can ask for the same thing. And so you need to account for that. And finally, especially in voice only and voice first situations, you don't have those 10 blue links to give people so that they can figure out which is the right result. What we think about is you need to return the right result for the right user at the right time. The best way to understand what you can do is actually to take a query and to walk through it. So we'll start with this one. Find me a turquoise duvet cover in cotton. The first thing you want to do is say, I'll probably get no results if I pass that to a normal search engine. So let's start working with that. Let's start applying some natural language processing. Let's start applying some understanding. First thing we'll do is we'll remove any words that don't add any value. We call these stop words in search engine parlance. So in this case, a, in, these prepositions, these articles don't really provide much value. And in this case, find me, because we know they're doing a search, that doesn't add any extra value either. The next thing is to think about how much you're searching through. We have customers who search through 10,000 products. We have customers who search through hundreds of millions of different items. The worst way to find a needle in a haystack is to go haystack by haystack and say, this isn't the needle, this isn't the needle, this isn't the needle. Instead, a better way to do this is to say, okay, everything here, I know the needle is not there. So you have a much smaller footprint that you're searching through. And that's what you want to do in search as well. So you can go through there and you can find values that will allow you to filter down. In this case, we're not looking for anything in red or in blue. We just care about turquoise. And we don't care about silk, we don't care about synthetics, we just care about cotton. You can do this in a lot of different ways. You can use those slot values that the NLU provides to you. You can scan the query if it's a very simple voice application, or you can use built-in search engine tooling. We have something we call query rules, but hopefully your search engine has something like this as well that will allow you to automatically filter down. From there, what we recommend is sending the rest of the query where all of the words are optional, and then sorting based on the number of matching words in a record to the query. The reason why we do this is because when we sell duvet covers, every duvet cover we sell is comfortable. So if somebody asks us for a comfortable duvet cover, we don't want to return nothing just because we don't explicitly state that our duvet covers are comfortable. Of course they are. We wouldn't sell them otherwise. And so we don't want to further remove possibilities that would otherwise match what the user wants. So we send those words as optional. And then finally, and perhaps most important, we become a trusted advisor by pulling in context. Context like, what's the user's location? Duvet covers up here in New Jersey, those might be a little bit heavier than those down in Miami. Or their personalization as well. That's going to be something that you want to pull in also. So overall, you want to train the user to reduce the haystack. You want to pull in all of the context that you can. And you want to make sure that you have that search and discovery built into your voice applications. Again, we're with Algolia. We're right behind you. If you have any questions or you want to chat more, let us know. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being a sponsor. It's you and the other sponsors here that make all this possible, and so we're grateful. What's the strong call to action for folks that are maybe tuned in through the live stream, besides sharing the video because other people want to find out about this? But should they go to your site? What's the next step?
Yeah, I would say the next step is go to algolia.com/voice, ALGOLIA.com/voice. You can see our case studies. You can see what we recommend for voice search in general. We'd love for you to join us and use us in your apps. But really, as a consumer of voice apps, I just want to see increasing use of search and discovery there.
It's great. Well, thank you so much. And I will be right back in just a moment with our next presentation at 11:45. Welcome to the Voice Summit here at NJIT, and I am here with my next victim, the founder and CEO of Yak Chat. So tell folks who you are, Justin, and what you're working on, and then we'll jump on stage and
do a demo.
Sure. Yeah, my name's Justin. I'm founder of CEO of Yak Chat. We're a voice messaging platform for remote teams. So we're kind of that medium ground between a Zoom call and a Slack message. We want you to use your voice, communicate with your team very fast, very efficiently, kind of sit on top of all your other desktop apps. So we've got a desktop app, a mobile app. This is not a Alexa skill. This is not a hardware play. This is a communicate with your team better and more efficiently.
Well, I'm excited to learn more about it. So I can't wait to get up there and ask you some questions.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Thanks for your attention. We'll be right back with you. Welcome to the Voice Summit here at the Expo live stream stage, where I'm meeting new friends all day long. This is Justin, the CEO of Yak Chat, and what you see on the screen is a demo that's on their website, yak.chat. Justin, please tell the folks who you are, what you're working on, and I'm inquisitive. I'm going to ask you all kinds of questions.
Yeah, sounds good, man. So I'm Justin Mitchell. I'm the CEO of Yak. We're a voice messaging platform for remote teams. So this is not an Alexa skill. This is not a hardware play. We're a desktop app and a mobile app to communicate with your team. We're kind of the happy medium between a Zoom call and a Slack message. We feel really strongly about speaking and using your voice. We're voice first, right? That's great. And we want you to use your voice to communicate with your team. What we found is we can take a 15, 20, 30-minute meeting and we can break that down to 5 seconds, right? That's just the meat of that meeting, right? So we're looking at 15-second meetings, 5-second meetings. There's asynchronous, so both people don't have to be online at the exact same time. I can send my voice message. You can listen to it later. You can reply at leisure. And the great thing about it is you're staying productive.
So tell us, how did this come about? Is this a newer company? Have you been around for a bit? Was it always structured like this, or did you pivot this direction? So give us a little context for the past.
Yeah, so I have my start in startups very young. I started at 16. I had my first startup IPO when I was 19. So I've been doing this for a really long time. After that IPO, I kind of took the opportunity to exit and start a design agency called So Friendly. We're a product first, kind of design agency focused on user experience design. We help other startups build their products customer first. And one of the cool things about our agency is that we build a lot of products and just things that we saw that needed to be filled, right? We have a VR prototyping solution. We have a discount and deal site for entrepreneurs. So different things that we kind of saw a need in the world and we would fill it. And as a partially remote team, one of the things that we found is we were wasting so much time in meetings, and we were also, ranting in Slack, and things were being misunderstood, and we were just notification overload. So we thought, hey, let's build something, to solve this problem. And November of last year, we built a little hackathon project for Product Hunt's Makers Festival, and took 4 days over the weekend, Thanksgiving break, built the product out. We won the hackathon, and the kind of response from the community was amazing. It was far above what we thought it was going to be for just a free app that we threw together over a weekend. And since then, we actually we wrote an article that's on Product Hunt. You can kind of read on the stories section. But in January, we were out at CES actually, just kind of looking at the the scene and enjoying all the new technology. And I got a notification on my Twitter, and it was somebody mentioning me saying, "Hey, you should invest in Yak." And they had mentioned Adam Draper of Boost VC out in the Valley. And we were on a call with him 5 minutes later. And so since then, we've actually raised a full pre-seed round. We actually just met half of our investment team at BetaWorks for the first time in person on this trip. We went into the city and met them for the first time in person. So yeah, we kind of come from a background of building products, and this is the first one that we thought, hey, let's spin this off. Let's make this its own company. Now we've got some VC funding, and we're kind of rocking and rolling on it.
Wow. So you started your first company at 16. You have some sort of IPO liquidation event at 19. Now, it was this last CES in January. It was this last Thanksgiving. Okay. And then Draper brought you on. They led the investment, the pre-seed investment.
Yeah, they split the investment with BetaWorks. So we closed at a 1.25 valuation, which was amazing for something that we essentially built over 4 days, right? Since then, obviously, the product has changed quite a bit. It didn't look anything like this when we first started. It had an ugly orange logo that I threw together for the hackathon. But we're now beta testing it in a bunch of teams and getting feedback, iterating on the product, adding features, removing features, and that's kind of being tested in about 10, 15 teams right now. And we have a backlog of people on our early access list that we're just kind of letting in. So, for us, what we're trying to do is get this product into teams that are struggling to be productive. They're in meetings all day because maybe they're a distributed team. Maybe they don't communicate as much because they're not in an office. The original name for Yak actually was yelling across cubicles. That's what it stood for. And the idea there was we want to replicate this idea of when you're in a real office environment, you can just kind of like shout over and say, hey man, I need some help. Could you come over here? And in a remote environment, what that turns into is just an hour-long meeting that nobody needed to attend. Right? So we're trying to cut down on meetings, but actually increase communication so you feel closer to your team, but you're not wasting time.
And so what's your primary objective being here? Are you going to raise the next round? Are you looking to recruit talent? Is your product a prototype? Is it beta? Is it ready for market? Like, give me a little insight in terms of, like, is it customer acquisition? Or, like, help me understand what your goals are here.
Yeah, definitely, customer acquisition and speaking with investors. We've met some amazing investors while we were already here. The other thing that we want to do is, again, coming from that user-first, customer-first design agency, it's all about feedback for me. I want to get this in front of as many people as possible and say, hey, would you use this? What would be a feature that you'd want to pay for? How can we make this work inside your team? We just talked to a guy who said, man, this is amazing, but my team has 1,000 people on it. I feel like it might be unwieldy. And I said, let's try it. Let's deploy it in your team. Let's see what it's like, because we can optimize this thing to work for 1,000 people if it's not working as it is. So a big part of it is not just necessarily customer acquisition, but that customer feedback. We really want to be involved in that feedback loop. So whatever we're building is for the users, right? We're not making hypothesis and just throwing it out there. We're actually testing everything.
Let's end with a story, maybe a case study or whatnot.
Yeah.
Like, because story moves people, right?
Yeah.
So why don't you tell a story about how you've seen this rolled out and the impact that it made, and then we'll kind of wrap it up there.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple really cool things that happen when we see people use Yak. One of the best things that I've seen is we have this idea inside of engineering called talk to the rubber duck. It's this concept that when you have a problem that you just can't solve, you talk to the rubber duck about it, and he solves it for you. Now, obviously, it's not talking back and solving it. Really, what's happening is you're just vocalizing the problem for the first time, and you hear it out loud, and you've got it. So inside of our own team, I had a designer that just could not get past this UX problem, and she was really struggling. So she sent me a Yak, and I'm listening back to this. About halfway through, she goes, you know what, never mind. I actually just really needed to talk this out. I've already solved the problem, right? And so we found that little things like that are really what make the experience magical. This ability to be very concise and really kind of think through everything you're saying is helping people articulate what they want to say better. So meetings are shorter, the conversations are faster, you're actually getting to the root of the actual data, right? And on top of that, being able to vocalize something first is not only kind of therapeutic, but it's also problem solving, right? So we're seeing people actually not only build stronger and better relationships with their team, but they're actually solving problems for themselves just by speaking it out loud. And what we found is we're cutting down on our Slack kind of noise. So I'm spending more time focusing, and then I see a message come in, and I can listen to it whenever I get to it, right? And we've been doing this with our investors too. So we went from about 6 meetings a week. From each investor that we had, we were doing like check-in calls with them, now to 0 meetings, and we just send a yak a week to each of them that takes about 15 seconds to update them on the project. So even inside of our own team, we're seeing these amazing gains coming from just using the product.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Justin, for coming and sharing. Congratulations on the success that you've had, and may you continue to prosper in all that you do.
Thank you.
We'll be back in just a moment with the next talk. Welcome to the Voice Summit. I'm here with my friend John from Earplay. You won another award. Have you ever not won an award when I've seen you?
I think whenever we've been at a conference, it's happened.
You always are winning awards, so congratulations
Thank you.
for that.
I appreciate it.
So Jonathan, tell folks who you are, who Earplay is. This is live streamed to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter across many platforms, and then I'll bring you up with your team.
Great. So Earplay is the ultimate creative platform for publishing voice-first interactive audio experiences. We, for a while, have been a services company. We've been producing really top-notch stuff like Jurassic World, Mr. Robot,
Right.
Jack Ryan, but we've slightly moved over and started to invite and open up our Earplay platform partners, folks who also can make high-quality content like us, and we're allowing them to use our tools to do the same thing.
That's great. So like a software as a service type model?
Somewhat. We're
or
still
like a private label model?
It's a little bit more private. We're keeping it inner circle at the moment, but it's definitely software that we're offering up to people, and we're like kind of exploring that model a lot. That's a lot about what this whole experience was, coming here and seeing, what do people need, what do they want, and what's possible.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Here, bro.
All right,
I'm
thanks.
glad you're waiting. We'll be back in just a moment.
See you guys.
Right on stage.
Bye.
Welcome to the Voice Summit. I'm not going to take any time away from Jonathan and the Earplay team, but they have some very exciting things to show you. And once again, congratulations on winning more awards every time I see you. It's awesome. Here you go.
Thank you very much. Hi, I'm John Myers. I'm the CEO of Earplay. We are the ultimate creative platform for creating and publishing interactive audio experiences. For the past 8 to 12 months, we've been working with a set of partners, part of the Earplay Platform Partners Program, and I just wanted to invite you to see the cool stuff that they've been doing. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Sarah Storm. She was the voice director on the Summit Award-winning Mr. Robot, and she's with Boom Integrated, and she has something to show you that is very interesting in our political times.
Thank you so much, John. Hi, I'm Sarah. Thank you for that great introduction. So we're Boom Integrated. This conference is really our launch party. We're thrilled to exist in this space. I'd like to introduce you to our skill, Who's Your Dem? Alexa, open Who's Your Dem?
Hi, I'm Paige, the primary picker. I'm here to my designers push the boundaries of open choice dialogue. We're using the Democratic candidates for president as our sample set.
Thank you.
I'm familiar with the Democratic presidential candidates and their platforms. All of them. You can ask me about a specific candidate, or you can tell me what matters most to you, and let me suggest someone to learn more about. Let's find out who's your Dem. Seriously, let's help you narrow the field. What issue matters most to you for the 2020 election?
LGBTQ rights.
Okay. And what other issue do you want your future president to address?
Gerrymandering.
Knowledge is power. Let's get to it. Are you ready to meet your candidates?
Yes.
Thanks for sharing what's on your mind about the 2020 election. Based on your preferences, I think you may want to take a look at the following candidates. Cory Booker is a U.S. Senator for the state of New Jersey. He's been a senator for 6 years. He is also the former mayor of Newark. Booker has focused his presidential campaign on the issues of criminal justice reform, gun control, and Medicare for all. Ready for the next candidate?
Yes. Yes.
Tom Steyer is a billionaire and former hedge fund manager. According to CBS News, he'll reportedly spend $100 million of his own money on his run. Per CBS, he claims his candidacy is not about the money, but rather trying to retake the government from a corporate takeover. Okay, that's all I have for now. If you'd like to hear your list of candidates again, just ask. You could also try a different set of issues.
Elizabeth Warren.
Any candidate's name.
Elizabeth Warren.
Elizabeth Warren has been
Stop.
Senator for the state of Massachusetts since 2013.
Let's turn it on. And that's it. That's Who's Your Dem.
Would you like to give me a new set of issues?
Okay, and next I'd like to introduce you to Matt Keller of Capstone Publishing.
Hi, my name is Matt. Capstone is a children's publisher. We publish for ages 5 through 14. We're virtually in every U.S. elementary school. We've been around 25 years. We do about 700 books a year, fiction and nonfiction. We do ebooks, audiobooks. We have a SaaS product called Pebble Go that's in about 20% of all U.S. schools. And we have a relationship with Amazon, their free time program. And free time is kind of the parent-controlled subscription program for parents to give to their kids with video, movies, ebooks, and then they started Alexa Skills, and they came to us and we did a pilot program using one of our DC Superman titles that tested really well, and then they wanted to put the gas on it, and so starting last summer, we connected with Earplay, a very good partner of us, to do about 450 hours of audio in these You Choose Adventure skills. And the unique thing is it's like you're on the Titanic and a kid can choose to be a crew member or a poor person or a rich person. Unfortunately, the boat goes down at the end no matter what, but you may survive or not. And so starting in probably August, we went from August to December 15th, and we launched these 50 skills connected into these 12 bundles. It was new for us as a company. We're a traditional publishing company, so we needed a big learning curve, but it was really good working with Earplay as we worked together, and now we have a platform that we can just plug and play in the future. Also, I just want to put a plug in. If you're looking for children's content or want to partner with children's content, Capstone's a great partner, and I'd be willing to meet with anybody. Thank you.
And next, I'd like to introduce Kate Berman of Xandra, the most awarded conversational design studio in the world.
Thanks, John. Hi, I'm Kate. I work with Xandra. We are indeed a conversation design studio, so we make interactive experiences using artificial intelligence. Among them, this Alexa. So I want to show you a piece of the SpongeBob challenge, which we made for Nickelodeon, and is currently running on Earplay. Alexa, open SpongeBob challenge.
Ahoy! Welcome back to Nickelodeon SpongeBob Challenge. It's demolition derby time in Bikini Bottom. So strap on your helmet. The Krusty Krab is on a collision course with hunger. Here's how to play. You'll hear customers say their orders. Listen carefully. After each order, I'll ask you questions to make sure SpongeBob gets the order right. Your first shift at the Krusty Krab will be the easiest. The more you play, the harder it'll get.
Hey, how you doing? Good? Great. Give me a salty dog, please. You know what? Make it 2. Thanks. I mean that.
How many salty dogs was that?
He wanted 2.
Hooray! Great job! 2 left!
Hi, how's it going? Give me a salty dog, a large kelp fries, and a small kelp rings, thanks.
Was that a kelp rings or a Dr. Kelp?
Dr. Kelp.
Don't tell me you've stopped caring for the customer.
Wah, wah.
One more! Hang in there! Looks like all the excitement has spawned a salmon. Oh boy! Better listen closely.
You look lovely today. I'll take 1 Krabby Patty with cheese. Don't you just love how it smells in here? And 1 medium coral bits. I love this restaurant. I could just sit here all day. I really like your energy.
Aww. Wait, what size coral bits did she want? Medium or large?
She wanted a medium.
Now, what size coral bits did the salmon want? Medium or large?
Medium.
Talk about good vibes. We are totally on the same wavelength. Wow.
Fantastic.
Hey, you got a bonus! A bonus challenge, that is. Mr. Krabs would never pay you more. Mrs. Puff is here, and she already looks like she's in a foul mood. Be careful
Alexa,
not to upset
quit.
her.
I just want to comment that the average engagement with the SpongeBob challenge is 8 minutes for kids. So this is a really fun thing that I like to think is delightful for parents too. I've been QAing this for a long time, and it still makes me laugh and smile.
So everybody, these are the friends of Earplay. Just wanted to say that what you've seen and heard here was created with the Earplay platform, and I encourage you to talk to our partners and to myself or my COO Matt Strader out there if you have any interest in working with us. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Voice Summit. My name is Ian Utilli. I'm the CEO of Attention.live, and we're here at Newark, New Jersey, and I'm making new friends. This is Jared, the VP of Business Development for Bond AI. Jared, please introduce yourself and Bond AI before you jump up on the stage.
Hey everybody, as he said, Jared, Business Development for Bond.ai. We are hyper-personalizing conversations using data through voice and other text. So that's what we're doing. Right now we're focused financially in the financial realm. We do have plans outside the financial realm and healthcare and other verticals, but right now we are hyper-personalizing the digital experience for banks.
Awesome. Well, we're glad to have you here, and we'll be back in just a moment. Thanks again for your attention. Welcome to the Voice Summit here at the Expo Hall live stream stage, and we're going to be talking with Bond.ai. So please introduce yourself and tell folks a bit about Bond AI, and we're eager to hear what you guys are working on.
Sure. So I'm Jared Landrum, VP of Business Development for Bond.ai. We are hyper-personalizing the conversation. What I like to say is we're giving the voice something to say. The way we do that is actually through our empathy engine. The empathy engine is designed to get to know you holistically. What we do is when we partner with a bank, we take a transactional data dump, but there's a whole lot more to your life than just your financial self, right? There's your hopes and dreams, your professional, your social, all these other aspects of who you are. And the empathy engine is designed to contextually gather other data to create a more holistic view of who you are. So that's what we're doing is, and with that data, those other data points, we're able to provide a more personalized approach to your financial services, things like that.
And so you have a booth here, yes?
We do.
So thanks for being a sponsor.
Absolutely.
It's you and the other 100 or so sponsors that make this possible for the 5,000 folks here and the billions of people watching online. If you think about the archive over hundreds of years, I'm right about that. So tell me what the goal is for having a booth here. Like, are you hoping to do business development? Are you looking to onboard clients? Are you looking for strategic partnerships or investment or recruiting or all of the above? Just give us a little insight in terms of what's the big goal for Bond being a sponsor besides just awareness and branding.
Well, sure. So, the voice community is awesome. It's been amazing seeing everybody here. There's people from different backgrounds all here for a different reason. And that's what makes it so great. Everybody has a common goal, but a unique goal. So we're here partially for, we are a data company driving or giving the voice something to say, like I said. So we are here to collaborate in whatever way possible. Primarily looking for partnerships, whether it is a bank or a financial institution or another strategic opportunity. We've done some recruiting, we've done some things like that. So all of the above. We're here to have and happy to talk to whatever you'd like to talk about. So and if we can help you at all, we're here as well. So.
Do you have a story, maybe a case study you might call it, but something that is kind of a narrative that people can kind of attach that story to Bond? Like, oh, I get it. Can you share maybe a story,
Sure.
Something of that nature?
Sure. So the company actually started because our CEO, he started it for himself. He was struggling with his own finances. He's got a great paycheck, but he bought a house he couldn't afford. He didn't know where he was spending his money. He downloaded 18 different apps. Nothing was really working. He went to his bank and they said, we can give you another credit card. We can, provide you a loan. But he was like, that's not what I need. I need a personalized approach to my solution or to my problems. And he realized that was what was missing is the personalization. He was getting blanket answers to his personalized problems. So he started the company. He had an AI company dealing with personalization before. He rolled that over into finance, really honed it in and got to play with some banking data. And it actually started working for him. 18 months later, he dug himself out of the hole, or he got himself out of the hole he dug himself into, and actually saved enough money to invest in what is Bond.ai today. Rolled it out to a few of his friends. His friends were like, this is working for me. What is going, this is not like these other apps. This is something special. So it was all created. We were a human-centered design. It's actually started for a specific human. And everybody's got unique financial situations. Everybody's got unique financial goals. And that's what we're all about, is helping your unique situation get to your personal goal.
And the product, just so we understand, is it still in beta? Is it pre-beta, like minimum viable product, or are you guys fully gone to market? Anybody can use it. Like, give us a little idea of where you guys are at, just in terms of the consumer adoption of the product.
Sure. So we're live. We're ready to go. We are currently implementing with 2 live banks, and we have 9 more POCs going on. So we're ready to go, and we're also fairly modular. If you already have a chatbot, we're able to plug into it. We can plug into your marketing dashboards. We can plug into your mobile app. So we're pretty modular in the way we connect. And we also, being a personalization company, when we work with a company, we personalize our service as well. We don't want a blanket solution to try to provide a personalized service. So we personalize the way we do things for you. We're B2B to C, so we personalize that B2B to personalize the B2C, if that makes sense.
It does. So my final question is, how can we, the voice community, physically and those tuned in online, how can we help you? You're a VP of Business Development. Is there some sort of big partnership or initiative you're trying to get to, or something that you're trying to accomplish? Because as a community, we can help one another. So how can we help you do biz dev for Bond.ai? Let's wrap there.
Sure. I think just come talk to us. We're able to get creative in the way we work. But also, our CEO announced yesterday we are opening our APIs for psychologists, other developers, healthcare industry, just whoever would like to actually play with our data, our empathy engine, to plug in and actually see what they can do with it to add value to themselves and ourselves. So to be there for the community.
It's great. Well, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank
for
you.
being a sponsor, for coming up and letting me ask you some questions. And we encourage you to go check out Bond.ai at their booth.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Welcome to the Voice Summit here at NJIT. My name is Ian Utilli. I'm the CEO of Attention.live. I am grateful to be a partner in about a half a dozen different companies, mostly technology. And Pete Erickson asked me to come run the live stream demo stage. So I thought we have a little break in the schedule. I thought it'd be nice for me to share what we're working on. And then in just a moment, we'll be having another presentation. So Attention.live is where we like to say, hello, future. Nice to meet you. The problem that we are solving is that content creators need data ownership and multi-platform distribution. Our ambition, our vision, is to create the network for voice, much like Twitter has done that for text, and YouTube has done for video. And ultimately, our platform will provide data ownership with multi-platform distribution with voice as an interface. When I explain this to people, the way I say it is that you'll be able to live stream through the Attention Network, as well as it'll be live streamed through YouTube and Facebook and Twitter, much like we're doing right here, right now. And then the archive would be sent out to places like Spotify and iTunes and Google Podcasts and Alexa and Cortana. And the real thing that we're most excited about is that we're adding in an element of data ownership. So just like you buy a house, you get a deed to a car. When you buy a car, you get a pink slip. When you create content on our platform, you will have an AIT, or an attention and influence token. The way that I figured out how to build this is I did about 20 different events where I interviewed hundreds of people, had thousands of attendees, well over 500,000 folks on the live stream, and I kind of kept asking questions to figure out what do people want, and ultimately they want live podcasting, but they want to be able to put it on all the social media channels where people are at, and they also want to know they own their data so they can lease, license, or sell that content. And so I'm grateful for all the people here at this event and events past that have taught me the things in order to be able to do this. I work out of the Twitter headquarters in San Francisco, so if you're local to the Bay Area, that would be a good place to connect. And our headquarters is in Puerto Rico for many, many, many reasons. And so that's a little information about Attention.live. Again, I want to thank the folks that are tuned in online. It would mean a lot to me if you'd share this video. You might be watching on YouTube at the VoiceFirst.fm channels that Bradley Metrock opened up. You might be watching on Facebook at the Modev channel or the Voice Summit AI that Pete Erickson opened up, or you might be watching on my Instagram or maybe on the Twitter feed. And so it's being live streamed everywhere across many different brands and channels. So thanks for tuning in. Appreciate your attention. And please share this, especially on LinkedIn. There's no way to live stream on LinkedIn right now in this format. So if you would share this video on your LinkedIn profile and just put hashtag voice19, we're giving merch away for people that are doing that. And I'll be back in about 5 minutes right here in this seat to help facilitate our next presentation. And so stick with us, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to the Voice Summit. My name is Ian Utilli. I'm the CEO of Attention.live and your host at the Voice Summit here at NJIT. And I'm here with the Director of Innovation at Iterate.ai, where they get innovation done. John, please introduce yourself to the folks watching online and let people know a bit about Iterate before we jump up on the main stage.
Yeah. So I'm John Salvadore. I'm Director of Innovation at Iterate.ai. So Iterate.ai is a software company that we provide innovation platform for enterprise users. And we have our software platform called Interplay, so I'm going to talk about that today.
That's great. Well, we're going to jump up and be back with you in just one moment. And thanks for your attention. Welcome to the Voice Summit Expo live stream stage. And for all the people out there in YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, and Instagram land, happy Thursday. I'm here to talk about innovation with the Director of Innovation. I'm very intrigued at what we're going to be talking about. I want to know, what is this new approach to iterating and to innovation? John, you're the Director of Innovation at Iterate.ai. So please, let's dive right in.
Yeah. Thank you, Ian.
Yep.
And thanks for having us. And we are going to talk about the faster innovation and deployment and using Interplay as our platform. So when we look at it as an enterprise, we have so many challenges to get the innovation projects done. So when a strategy is created from the boardroom and when it translates down into execution level, most of the time it doesn't get to see the light because there are many challenges, resources, budget, and time. Sometimes they don't get killed in the middle. So we actually look at it and then we see there is an opportunity that there needs to be a software platform that actually needs to get everything done in a very, very faster way. So that's where we actually have this our platform called Interplay. So this actually, you can build any voice applications. It's a platform agnostic, so it can run in Alexa or Google Home. So only in one place you can build all of your skills or the actions and then push them into the appropriate platforms. And it's very easy to do that. So I just wanted to show you real quick, like how the interface looks like. So this is the way the platform looks, right? So it's very easy, visual flow. So anyone can click, drag, and drop the components, and all the things that you are seeing on the left-hand side, they are the components. They are already built and pre-built. So the developer doesn't have to start from the scratch. They can just click and put it in the middle and build a visual workflow. And it's easy to customizable. And you don't need an AI developer to do this work, because you can have a web developer to do exactly the same thing. And more interestingly, what I want to point out is that there is a AI section. And a couple of our engineers are in the audience. They are the AI engineers who built this platform. So most of the AI applications, frameworks, and everything, image recognition or NLP, they all actually already built in and componentized. So someone who is starting from the beginning, they don't have to wait on it. They can just drag and put it here and then build the entire platform right away.
And is this what the software looks like when somebody's logged into their dashboard? This is what they're seeing. This is what they're actually building out.
Yeah, this is the IDE for the developer, right? So one area that I want to point out, there is a concept called ecosystem of ecosystems, right? So just want everyone to see this one, because this is a concept that in Iterate we are actually very fond of this concept. So when you look at it, if you are building an enterprise application, there are many ecosystems that you have to build with if you are building a very complex one, right? So all the enterprise applications are one ecosystem. If you look at it, it could be a Salesforce a system, SAP system, or any other systems that you need in an enterprise world. And if you look at it in a different way, there are like devices like Amazon Alexa or any other Google Home or any other devices, IoT devices in home or home devices as well. So then we also have another ecosystem for all the databases. Data they all belong to a different ecosystem. And then most interestingly, a startups ecosystem. So what we have is, if you are a startup, you have, I have seen so many wonderful, innovative startups over there, and they all have, their technologies, ready to be consumed in voice, right? So all those technologies can be wrapped into this platform. So you can actually have your clients to build digital applications using our platform. So how this will help you is that since you are going to, if voice in enterprise, it's not just going to be voice, right? Because there are additional technologies needs to be added to build a full digital application. So that's where we are helping when the voice comes at the front, right? And then everything else you are doing behind it, like personalization, like you are getting the voice, the recognizing the voice, and then everything about personalization or anything about your customer information, data processing, everything will be done from our platform, and the response to that voice device can be sent from us. So we are actually connecting the enterprise, the data, devices, startups, everything in one single ecosystem. So that's why we call it ecosystem of ecosystems.
And this all leads to fast iteration.
Yeah.
This all leads to more quick deployment, as well as kind of A and B testing to figure out what works.
Yeah. So you actually touched a good point here, because the deployment part, right? So in enterprises, always a challenge that after you complete your product or the application, it doesn't get into the production right away, because there are so many requirements, enterprise, scalability, security, and most of the applications don't get qualified for that. So that itself is a real journey. So in our case, in our platform, we have everything in a containerized environment where that container is already tested and ready for enterprise. So it actually accepts the scalability of the scalable requirements from the enterprise as well as the security requirements. So if you are a startup and you are adding this information or your technology through our platform, you don't have to worry about the rest of the scalability and the security requirements, because everything is lying under that same container. We actually deploy that into whatever the environment the client has. So it could be their cloud or their on-premise environment as well.
Okay, and so as the Director of Innovation, what area of Iterate.ai are you most excited about right now? What's the thing that really you feel like you're really innovating in, and like this is the thing that keeps drawing you back? What do you magnetize to?
Yeah. So what we are looking at is that the voice is going to be a big thing in the next, I would say within the next couple of years, we are going to see lot of applications are going to be built. So when we look at it, like I mentioned earlier, all the voice applications have two things. You recognize the voice and then do some work and then respond it, right? So the do some work is going to get more and more complicated in the coming days, right? So because right now we are at the very beginning of the voice app revolution. So we are getting, like a lot more voice recognition part and voice response parts are there. But in between, that's where we are going to, see a lot of things happening in the future.
And for those that are watching online right now, what's the call to action? What should somebody do? They go to Iterate.ai, and are you hiring? Are you looking for customers? Are you like what's the thing that you really want people to do when they tune into this?
So all of the above, right? So we have a booth right there, and our engineers will be there. So if anyone is interested in stopping by and talking to us, welcome. And you always can visit the interplay.iterate.ai to see our platform.
Yep.
And also we are hiring, so if you are an AI engineer, voice related, always feel free to ping us, reach us through LinkedIn. We are very responsive. And from the clients wise, we already have a couple of enterprise clients running our software platform. So we always like to meet any other new enterprises that they are trying to do innovation through our platform.
That's great. That's great. Any final thoughts as we wrap up our conversation here at the Expo stage at Voice Summit?
Yeah, actually, I see so many different new technologies here. It's much better than compared to last year, I'm hearing. So I wish good luck for everyone.
Yes. Well, good luck to you as well, and to your company and your team.
Thank you. Thank you, Ian.
And we'll be right back with another presentation. Welcome to the Voice Summit Expo. Welcome to the Voice Summit Expo live stream stage, where we get down on one knee and hand the microphone to the lovely ladies. Let me introduce you to Boom. I got to interview John, your founder and CEO, and we have the head of strategy and the head of ideation, so things are gonna get real innovative right now. Here we go. I'm excited to hear what you both have to share.
Thank you,
so
Ian.
much.
Very generous.
So how did Boom? So Boom's new, right? How new?
Boom is the new kid on the block. We are a few months old at this point, but we actually have a long history in audio. We're being incubated within John Marshall Media, which is a leading audiobook production company, Grammy Award winning, works with a lot of the big 5 publishers. So audio is in our DNA, but Boom is born of the need in today's marketplace for voice solutions. And we work with brands to come up with integrated voice strategy, and we help them create amazing audio experiences in the form of podcasts and also interactive experiences.
So let's back it up for a second. So when we say integrated voice strategy, what does that mean?
Good question, Sarah. Very good question. So many companies today are not taking advantage of the opportunity that voice allows. They're essentially leaving money on the table in terms of opportunity for engagement, brand conversion. So we're here to help companies take advantage of this new extremely hot space and medium, and to plant their flag as innovators.
So we're not the only kids in this game. We're not the only kids in town. What do you think is our big differentiator, or one of them?
Yeah, so what we try to provide is a full service experience. I describe it as nose to tail, from concepting to strategy to production and coding of experiences for Alexa, for Siri, for Google Assistant. And then we help find listeners. We're also here to aid in the discoverability process as well. And Sarah, you're head of ideation and conversation design.
Correct.
What are you noticing as far as trends or opportunities in that space?
So in terms of like money, I'm seeing like being left on the table right now. I'm a big nerd, which you know about me, right? So I'm a big nerd, and I was paying attention to the news coming out of Comic-Con this last week. So CBS is really enjoying success with their reboot of Star Trek, this show Star Trek Discovery. They're doing a lot of stuff right. So they're doing these things called short treks, which are little mini webisodes that are brand extensions of their main property. They're spinning off Picard. They're doing a new cartoon. And what I think is super cool is that one of the actresses from that cartoon is now hosting this podcast about the world of Star Trek on CBS. However, and I'm saying I don't know everything, I might have missed it. I have seen exactly zero about an interactive experience that puts me, the user, on the spaceship Discovery. Federation Starship. No angry emails, please. I want to play that game. I want to be on the ship. I want to solve a mystery, go on an adventure, anything. Like, it is money being left on the table. It's an opportunity to be seen as innovators, thought leaders, all of that, and to really go the extra mile for a fandom that has a lot of potential monetarily.
Right. It allows fans to really keep up and stay active in between shows, in between releases, right?
Yeah, and that's one example, entertainment, because I'm a big TV nerd, right? But there's so many applications of this, and ideally, You want to be anywhere somebody asks for your brand, for your product, anywhere that they can engage with their voice, right? Ask for a podcast. Hopefully you've got a really meaningful podcast offering that elevates the brand, offers engagement, offers conversion. Aside from that, we really hope that if somebody says, hey, Alexa, let me talk to brand X, that it serves up brand X's interactive experience, and it really just takes your user, your listener, through a unique, delightful experience that then serves up a call to action to one of your other IPs. It's about IP extension and brand awareness.
And brand engagement. And we love the phrase surprise and delight.
We really do.
Yeah, there's such an opportunity to really expand what your brand is, how customers engage with it. I mean, really, we ask the question, what does your brand sound like?
Sonic branding's been a popular topic here at
that's
Voice
a big
19.
buzzword.
It's a really important thing to be learning, for companies to be learning more about. So we've got like a minute left.
Okay.
If you could leave people watching this live stream with one takeaway, what's the takeaway today?
If you're not thinking about voice, you should be.
Indeed.
How about you?
Oh, excellent. If you're thinking about voice and that doesn't include an interactive experience, it should. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day.
Boom.
welcome to the Voice Summit Expo live stream stage. I am excited about this next conversation. Twilio has built many large-scale companies because of the way they have learned to open up their API and work with other tech entrepreneurs. And so I'm going to introduce Steve at Dabble Lab and allow the two of them to have a conversation. So thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoy this conversation as much as I do.
All right, thanks, Ian. So we're going to rather than talk about Autopilot, which is Twilio's conversational platform, we're going to try to build a bot for you. And so Lizzie is going to be building that. What are we going to be building, Lizzie?
We have a make-believe restaurant called Deep Table, and Deep Table has 3 tasks the restaurant wants to accomplish. It wants to share the today's specials. You can hard code this. And if you get stuck talking with a bot, because bots do get stuck, you want to hand off to a human. Humans are much more personable. And we also want to have a reservation aspect. So it can collect information, have a conversation, and receive data from the user, like the date of the reservation, time of the reservation, number of people, etc.
Cool. So it is part bot, part human.
Exactly.
Awesome. Well, let's build it. So what's the first step?
We are going to buy a Twilio phone number. And just by coming to Voice Summit, you can get a $25 credit using Voice Summit 2019. Let's pick Gardena, California. Okay.
All
I'm going
right.
to buy this number, set it up, and we're going to make an Autopilot assistant.
And this is going to be the Voice Summit Live assistant. Yes. All right. So at this point here, the first thing that Lizzie's going to do is pick a channel. So one of the unique things about working with Autopilot is Autopilot works across channels. So can be used with Alexa or Google Assistant or the telephone or SMS or Facebook Messenger and other channels. So we're going to be using programmable voice. So this is the telephone. So somebody can call into this digital assistant using that number that Lizzie had just set up. And she is setting up the number to work with the assistant right now. And so this is done through webhooks and pasting in the webhook for the Autopilot assistant to link it to the number for the channel, right?
So if you called this number right now, you would hear something like, "This is your first task. Let's fix that." So tasks are what your Autopilot assistant wants to accomplish. We want to have a "Hello, welcome to Deep Table." And this is what is said when someone first calls in.
Yeah, so when you set up tasks, tasks have actions, and actions are the way that the assistant is going to respond. And so one of the most common actions is the say action, and the say action is going to do what you would assume. It's going to say something back to the user. So in this case, Lizzie is setting up, "Hey, hello, welcome to Deep Table. I can give you today's specials to help you make a reservation or connect you with a person." And then she's going to set up a second action to listen, and this is an action that is going to anticipate a response from a user.
Now we're gonna make the today's specials task.
I will.
And we have to train these on phrases, so it learns to expect. This is how you trigger the today's specials task.
Yeah, so this is the samples are how the underlying natural language understanding engine is going to understand what a user is looking for. So the samples are kind of mapped to tasks. It doesn't need to be one-to-one, so you don't have to have an exact match all the time. But a few samples will allow the engine to understand what the user's looking for. And in this case, the default intent, right? We've got those all pulled in, it looks like already. All right, in this this task here, the user might call in and be looking for the restaurant specials, and the say action is being used again. In this case here, today's specials are lobster rolls, which I love, cheesesteaks, and what is that? Hoagies? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
I'm hungry.
And then your assistant can do even more than that. Let's say it gets stuck and you want to connect to a human. Let's make that task.
And in this case here, you'll see a another new action, right?
Yes.
Yes. We'll use the redirect.
First we're gonna train it.
And again, these are the samples, things that users might say to let the assistant know what it's or what the user is looking for. And again, this doesn't have to be every single possible variation of what a user might say, but enough to where the underlying machine learning can learn the types of things the user might be looking for.
And this task will route to a TWIML bin that has this response and dial using Twilio's XML language. This will make an outbound phone call to a human. Do you want to use your phone number?
Sure. Yeah. So let's do it. 813 306 0000.
So let's save that. Let's build our assistant, or copy that TWIML bin URL. So this will say connecting you to a human, and then reroute and make that phone call, connecting the call to Steve. Let's build this and test it. 0.1.
Okay, we should have like a drum roll or something right now, I feel like.
Okay. 4, 2, 4, 3, 2, 9, 5, 6, 9, 2. Okay.
Hello, welcome to Deep Table. I can give you the day's specials, help you make a reservation, or connect you with a person.
What are today's specials?
Today's specials are lobster rolls, Philly cheesesteaks, and hoagies.
I'd like to speak to a human, please.
Connecting you to a human.
Oh, I'm getting a call. Hello, I'm a human.
Hello, I'm a human.
I'm a human. Okay, it's really working. We could like put it closer so you can see.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's.
Yay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Oh, I forgot to ask you what you wanted to order.
Oh. Next time. Next time. Okay. But Autopilot can also remember and collect information. So let's see that now with the reservation task.
So in this task here, again, tasks are the things that the assistant can do. Samples are the things that users will say that are kind of mapped to tasks. And actions are the way that the task can respond, the different things that the bot can do. And this far, we've looked at the say and the listen. And now we're going to look at an action called collect. And this is an action that's used to collect information from a user. And so that's what Lizzie is setting up right now.
Yes, we will collect information and have a conversation. First, it will say, what's your first name? And it expects a response of a first name, as well as then we want the date. And if you give it something that is not a date, it will ask you to try again. I missed that. Try again. And the more you use the bot, the smarter it gets. And if you test in the simulator, you can see if you say something like goodbye and it routes to hello, you can add goodbye to the training samples for hello so that it gets smarter and it knows to expect that again. Okay. And we're going to point this at a Twilio function URL. Functions is our serverless service that provides the back end for your apps, 24/7 uptime.
So you jam on that. We got 2 minutes.
Yes.
And yeah, so the functions are going to process the logic. And so these are, if you've got like conditional things that need to happen, maybe you need to put data into a database or pull it out of a database, something like that. That is where functions come in. And so we're building one more time, and we have 62 seconds, I think, right? Can we do it? Yes. We can do it.
In the Twilio function, you can use a database like MongoDB or Firebase to save data to it, pull data from it, also use an external API to return information. The sky is the limit. Okay, let's make a reservation. Steve, you want to do the honors?
I will, yes.
Welcome to Deep Table. I can give you the day's specials, help you make a reservation, or connect you with a person.
I'd like to make a reservation.
Great, I can help you with that. What's your first name?
Steve.
When day would you like your reservation for?
Tomorrow,
Great, at what time?
7 p.m.
For how many people?
2.
Okay, Steve. Your reservation for July 26, 2019 at 19 p.m. for 2 people is now confirmed. Thank you for booking with us.
Thank you. And that's it. And anybody is welcome to join us. Although we got a table for 2, you're welcome to join us at Deep Table. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the Voice Summit. My name is Ian Utilli. I'm the CEO of Attention Live, and we just had a wonderful conversation with Steve from Dabble Lab, as well as you did this really cool demo. And so, Lizzie, can you just tell folks about the talk you just did and why they, if they didn't watch it live, why they should go back and take a peek?
Yes, we just built a chatbot live on stage just
cool.
now using Twilio Autopilot and Twilio Functions. We made a chatbot for a restaurant called Deep Table. It helped people make reservations, gave them information, and it also collected data and input from the user.
And so if they want to develop a relationship with you like Dabble Lab has, what's the best way of doing that? Going to twilio.com / is there a certain section on the project you're working on?
/autopilot, and we're working on a more chatbot specific project that I cannot mention quite, but it will be a chatbot landing page essentially.
Okay, wonderful. Well, you are a great developer evangelist. We got to meet on Monday at the hackathon, so it's been fun seeing you this week, and thanks for jumping up on stage and doing that for everybody.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back with a post interview. Welcome to the Voice Summit. I'm here with Steve from Dabble Labs. Dabble Lab, there's not more than one Dabble Lab. What's wrong with me? I already knew that. Steve, tell me about the cool thing that you just did with Lizzie from Twilio, and let folks know why they should go back and watch it if they weren't watching the live stream.
Yeah, so Lizzie built a digital assistant live, and it was, so Autopilot is the platform that was used, the Twilio Autopilot platform, and it's a super cool platform for building bots and digital assistants, and in this case it was a bot that was accessed through the phone, so it could be Facebook
cool.
Messenger phone, Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, any channel that's a conversational channel can pretty much be supported by Autopilot.
And how has this relationship that you have with Twilio impacted your business? Why should other people consider to do the same thing?
Yeah, so I mean, there's the voice space. Everybody watching this is probably aware is really, really hot right now. But the applications for voice are just everywhere. In business, for example, there are call centers and contact centers that are trying to figure out how do we more efficiently scale as we get more calls.
Right.
You know, is there any percentage of those calls that could be managed by digital assistants? And there's a huge opportunity in bots and digital assistants for business, and that's what we focus on.
Great. Well, I'm glad you got to jump up there and do that.
It was a lot of fun.
Thanks for jumping here.
Appreciate the opportunity.
In the Attention Live booth, where we are bringing interview after interview all day long. Day number 3. This is it. It's the end. A couple hours left. Thanks for your attention. Glad that you tuned in. We'll see you soon. Welcome to the Voice Summit. I'm here with one of my friends and really a positive influence across everything that's happening here. What I want to talk about for a moment was Vixen Labs.
Yeah.
So please just introduce yourself, Vixen Labs, and then we'll jump on stage for a moment and talk a little bit deeper.
Yeah, so my name is James Poulter. Most people call me JP, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Vixen Labs. We're a voice consultancy and design firm based out of London, helping brands who want to entertain or sell to their customers, do that in the most human way possible, because we believe that voice is the most human interface that we have. So I get to do that based in London in the UK. I also have the privilege of being one of the program directors also for Modev, working with the great Pete Erickson and the team putting on the show here at Voice. So just super excited to have you here, be here doing this with us as well, Ian. So just great that everyone's having a good time.
Yes, it is. We'll be right back on the main stage for a little bit of a deeper conversation. Thanks for your attention. Welcome to the Voice Summit. We're here at the Expo stage, and I still have lots of energy, but rather than get excited and talk, I'm here to listen. JP, it's always an honor to spend time with you. Usually that happens at conferences. Can you tell the folks that are tuned in about yourself and Vixen Labs? And I'd love for you to kind of share what we were just talking about.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so for those that don't know us, Vixen Labs, we're a voice design and consultancy based out of London. We founded just at the end of last year. I had the privilege this time last year of being here as one of the closing keynote speakers when I was still working at the Lego Group, the people that make small bits of plastic that you might be familiar with. You might have trodden on one at some point in the middle of the night. And 12 months on, I'm back here as part of the team helping run the show, which is an amazing privilege, and as the CEO and co-founder of a voice-first business, which has been an amazing opportunity. So we now work with the likes of the BBC, Diageo, and many other brands around the world to help them work through what their voice strategy is, and also find ways of giving back to the voice community, because we believe that this is the most human technology that we have today. And I think for us as technology entrepreneurs and as creators in this space, there's an interesting responsibility to the next generation of creators, right? Because for us, we're the last generation, the absolute last generation, to remember what it was like to create in this moment before the internet was ever present. The next generation of creators that are coming through, some of the students that have been here this week at NJIT, they don't remember what it was like before the internet was everywhere. And that's an incredible thing, because that means that they are only ever going to know what it means to be disconnected secondhand. They're only ever going to have heard that as something that's been passed down to them by somebody else. They're not going to know that firsthand. And so that means that for those of us that are kind of in our late 20s, early 30s, 40s and upwards, we have the ability to create stuff still now in this space that helps them remain connected, but without becoming consumed. And I think that that's the thing that we're really powerful about. And so one of the things we want to do that is to give back into the community. And so yesterday, as I was opening up the main stage there in the hall, I had the real privilege to announce something we're calling the Vixen Labs Scholarship, which is a one-year scholarship. This year we're starting with one student. His name is Josiah. He was registrant number 001 this year at the conference. He was here last year as part of the local community involvement that we were doing here in Newark. He came back on his own volition. I actually got to speak via one of our team to his mum last night, and she told us that he's showed up on his own bat here. They've not been pushing him. He's completely on his own back because he believes in the power of this technology and wants to build a career in voice. He's 16 years old. And he's had major staying power. He was here at 7 o'clock on Monday for registration. He's been here every day. And so we've given him the Vixen Lab Scholarship, which means that over the next 12 months, different creators, different business owners in the voice first space will give him opportunities for consultation, helping with coaching and mentoring, opportunities to go and try out things like studios, new technologies, and in some cases doing some remote calls with the likes of us at Vixen over in London as well. So that's just one of the things we wanted to do, because we just believe that there's such a burgeoning amount of talent in this space, and the talent can come from anywhere. Anyone can have a good idea, and we want all voices in the voice industry to be heard, and so it's just an awesome opportunity to give back to those students.
Well, I'd like to participate in the scholarship.
Oh, we'll get you in there, yeah.
So just let me know if there's anything I can do with him or you're next. If anybody else would like to jump in and provide value for him or for others, how might they go about doing that?
Yeah, so you can start doing that from next week. We're going to start opening applications for those that want to support the scholarship. All you have to do is email scholarship@vixenlabs.co. That's .co. So scholarship@vixenlabs.co. Or hit one of us up from the team. My co-founder Jen Heap is here. She's actually currently out on the main stage. So if you're watching the live stream, flick over and catch the end of her panel. And you can hit either one of us up or any of the team via LinkedIn or send an email to next week from there, and you'll be able to say what it is that you want to do, how you want to help the scholars, and so that we can build this over the next 12 months so that when we come back to Voice 2020, we will have more scholars that we can bring onto the program and more people that can get involved.
Well, JP, thanks for all that you do, and it's always fun to jump and do a impromptu interview with you. So
always good to hang out.
All right.
Thanks so much. Thanks to everyone that's been watching, and thanks to Ian for doing an amazing job hosting this stage for us up here at Voice this year. It's been a privilege to have you here.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome to the Voice Summit. I got coffee. I'm a happy man right now, and I'm making new friends. So let's start by first introducing yourself and what you're doing for the enterprise, and then I have a couple other questions for you.
Sure. Thanks for having us on the stage, Ian. My name is Ramu Sinkra. I am one of the co-founders of Alan, and we named our company as Alan after the famous computer scientist Alan Turing. Our vision is to bring the power of voice and artificial intelligence to everyday tasks at enterprise. And I'm here with my other co-founder, James Shelburne, and other person who has also founded the company is Andre Ryboff. So we are a company based in Silicon Valley, and we have a product right now. It's going live in a few enterprise products. And unlike the consumers, we are bringing the power of voice and artificial intelligence for everyday work in every enterprise.
Yes. And how is voice impacting enterprise today?
Hey, good question. You know, right now, voice is in very infancy stage in every enterprise. Enterprises are not going to ask the voice products to play a song or things like that. They just want to do their daily work using voice. So right now, the way in which enterprises are using voice is they just want to use their existing set of products, open them up, and just have a conversation just like you and I are having in here, and with the product, and get their task done, you know.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, sure. We are working with, we are partnered with SAP, one of the largest enterprise software vendor.
Of course.
And we are deploying the solutions in a bunch of industries, initially starting with industrial maintenance.
Yep.
So here, the industrial maintenance employees come in and let's take an example of a plant, like a chemical plant or things like that. They open the application and just have a conversation. Hey, there is something wrong here. What should I do here? As if I'm talking to an expert. So all these applications have a voice expert built into them.
Yes.
And then say, hey, there is a problem here. What should I do here? Oh, in this case, you need to do this work order. Okay, let me open up the work order. And they just talk to the application and file the entire work order without touching the screen or like, you know.
Right.
So it not only provides a hands-free operation, but also provides an expert, which brings all the knowledge base they have in the enterprise to the hands of the person using it.
That's great. What's the grand vision? I mean, as we kind of wrap up our brief conversation, what's the grand vision of your company, Alan?
So our vision is, as enterprises are deploying all their products on mobile and web, we want Alan to be the voice and AI control in each of these applications and bringing the power of their knowledge base, bringing the power of using a hands-free operation to do the applications on a daily basis. And we are seeing in some of our use cases, testing use cases, we are seeing employees are using these products for almost 30 to 60 minutes a day.
Wow.
Just opening the application and talking to it and getting things done.
Wow. Well, my final question is, how does this all work?
Oh, very good question, you know. Alan has pioneered a technology which will help you to build a given language model for each enterprise and for each application. Unlike the consumer voice assistants products that are coming from Alexa and Google and Apple, they're building one model for all the use cases. Here, Alan is able to provide a very deterministic use case for every enterprise because of the specific language model we can build for each application. And that's why the voice experience is very deterministic for every employee when they use the application.
Well, we're glad to have you here.
Hey,
I hope
thanks
to
a
see
lot.
you again next year at the Voice Summit. And actually, I hope to see you and learn more about what you're doing before that.
Absolutely, Ian.
All right.
Thanks for
Thank
the
you so
opportunity,
much.
Ian.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. And I'm very happy to have you up here with me. This is Alexandra.
Yep.
or Alex.
Yeah, Alex
or
works.
either or both. But what I do know is that you do marketing for voices.com, which my simple explanation is imagine Upwork or what used to be Odesk, freelancer.com, but just for voiceover actors.
Correct.
So if you're a voiceover actor, you can join 300,000 people and provide that talent. If you need voiceover actors, then you can source talent there. So that's my introduction. Thank you for jumping up with me. Tell the folks that are watching on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter, as well as people here in the Expo Hall, a bit about your organization.
Sure, thanks for having me. So Voices.com, we're the largest marketplace providing voiceover. We've been in the business since 2004. Our founders are both passionate about voiceover. They both started in the industry themselves and ultimately pioneered the website for us. So we're a two-sided marketplace, essentially. We have voice actors, as you mentioned, listed on our site. We have about 300,000 in 160 different languages and dialects, and they list their services on our site. And then clients from all over the world get to post their jobs on our site, and then our algorithm matches them to the voice actor that would best fit the job. And then they get sent auditions, and that's ultimately it. Then we connect the two.
Can you tell me a story of somebody that has talent, right? A voiceover actor. Give me an example of somebody that comes in, they signed up, they made themselves available, and they had an experience. Share something with us about that.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was actually really cool here being at this event, running into a whole bunch of voice actors. You know, having 300,000 on our site, you don't necessarily know them all by name. So being able to talk to voice actors here that have been on our platform, one lady that I met, she was on our platform for 7 years, and just talked about, obviously, the opportunity that just having an alternate method of income, right, is huge. Like having that available, that you can work in your home studio, having a platform that you get to go to and ultimately make money through. Just I think in general, those stories that we hear really touch us, and it's great to be that provider for them.
And how about a story of somebody that needed talent? They come in, maybe their expectations were exceeded, and it's like, oh wow, this might be your experience if you go to voices.com and source talent, because here's an example.
Sure. Yeah, so we have two options. We have a self-service option, and then we have what we call full-service option. So essentially, full service would be you working with a project manager and helping you essentially source voiceover for very intricate projects like that have a larger scope. Maybe you need like 20 different voice actors in different languages and dialects. We help you do that as well. And yeah, it was really cool, actually. It was government elections in California, and we helped do the voiceover for voting booths. It's like for the voting booth technology, they wanted human voice because they wanted that more human experience to be able to touch the voters that way. And it was a huge project for us. It had, I don't even know the languages off the top of my head, but like anything to like Swahili, it was crazy, like 36 different languages. And project turnaround time for us was like as little as 48 hours. And for them, that was just huge. Like they were blown away by that because they didn't expect it to be that fast and that comprehensive. So yeah, again, like being able to do things like that for something that's so impactful, like elections, was great for us.
And what are you looking toward by next year? So let's say next year you're our double diamond sponsor, so congratulations in advance on really leading the charge. And what do you hope to communicate next in terms of just more voiceover actors, more I don't know if you have any room for improvement, because it seems as though voices.com is really dialed. So just give me an idea about some of the vision of what is kind of on the timeline for the next year before Voice Summit 2020.
For sure. I mean, like growth, obviously, just continuously growing, getting more actors on our site, as well as just more clients using voices.com. We want to be your go-to source for anything voiceover. But especially in this industry, I think that obviously coming to this event for us was a huge learning opportunity, trying to establish where we fit into this industry. And still, like our CEO had a keynote yesterday morning talking about the difference between human and synthetic voice, and where companies would be implementing human versus synthetic, and where it's best to use human. I think where stories are involved, it's best to still use human voice. And I think that next year will be interesting to see where a lot of these companies that are here today have gone in terms of technology and what they're producing. So I think for us, it's growing in that space. We have that category now up on our site, so people can actually post for voice assistants and have voice actors read those prompts for whatever device you need them for. So just continuously growing in that space and just in general in the voiceover in the community.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts as we wrap up our conversation?
Yeah, I think it's been like a great event. What I find super fascinating is that it's like literally this industry is like 5 minutes old, but everyone is so incredibly passionate about it. And just watching people connect and watching every single company here also trying to figure out their product marketing fit and trying to learn the industry as it grows around them, I think has been fascinating. Like the conversations that are shaped, the amount of like just super intelligent people you get to meet here. It's been just a great experience and we're happy to be part of it.
Good. Well, we're happy to have you.
Thank you.
And we're thankful that you are a sponsor. Because of you and the other 100 or so sponsors, we're able to bring the 400 speakers, the 5,000 attendees, and it allows us to actually functionally do this. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll be back with another interview in just a moment. Welcome to the Voice Summit Expo stage live stream. Welcome YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all the different channels we're streaming to. Congratulations on tuning in, and thank you for your attention. I am very excited about this product. So please introduce yourself and your company and tell us about this blue ball in your hand.
That would be helpful. Well, my name is Shane Cox, and I am the creator of the Cue Ball, which simply is the most fun and efficient way to mic an audience or mic a group. So it's quite literally one of these, a wireless microphone in a dodgeball. But it's actually a smart microphone in that it's got sensors in it, so it knows when it's in motion, when it's being thrown, and it mutes itself automatically.
Wow.
So it's great for, we do it in a lot of big events. We have companies that use it for video conferencing, and we're primarily in classrooms. So it's a great tool for teachers to use to get students to engage in discussions.
Yep.
So yeah.
And how long has it been to market? And maybe like the prototype built, and then you actually went to market. Like you can go to the website, buy one today, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So the product's been on the market for about 2 years in its initial form. So we're in about 25,000 classrooms here in the U.S. The one we have here is our new prototype of our Alexa-fied version of the Cue Ball. So we have a lot of teachers that are starting to use voice assistants in the classroom. But the hardware that's on the market right now really wasn't designed for a classroom scenario. So we solve a lot of the problems with using an Echo Dot or something like that in the classroom.
And so can we test this out? Can we toss it out to somebody in the crowd?
Yes, so we are going to toss it out to somebody in the crowd. There's a huge crowd here. Let me see. Oh, somebody over here.
Please, why don't you tell us what has been the highlight of the event for you this week?
Learning about gaming with voice.
That is legit.
Yeah.
I can absolutely hear you over here. That is awesome. Why don't you throw it back?
Good catch.
It was a good catch. I felt pretty good about that. Carrie, coming in hot at you.
What has been your favorite part of the conference this week? Awesome. Throw it on back. I think I'm going to do one more. Who's my next victim? I think it's you. White shirt, but you have to move
Just
over
don't
that
hit the
way 'cause
camera.
I'm not going to throw near the camera. Right there, there. I'll do that. Here we go. All right. Favorite thing about the conference this week? Just speak right into the black speaker.
Never thought when I came here I'd get to talk into a ball.
New experience every day.
This is so fun. So, am I keeping this one and you're sending me a few dozen? Or what's happening
We'll
here?
send
And you guys
one.
were on Shark Tank,
We'll send you one. Yeah, we were. So that
Okay.
was, an experience.
I was a finalist on Shark Tank for one of my companies.
Really?
And, but it's like 5 different levels you have to get to.
Yes.
And it's probably good we didn't go on because we ended up pivoting that product. But Shark Tank certainly has helped a lot of companies.
Definitely.
Tell the folks here, because some people in the voice industry may think of cool things.
Yep.
That there's a platform like Shark Tank that would help them.
Yep.
Right, or the Alexa Fund or the Voice Summit, right? There's all these platforms. So tell us about the impact that made.
So, obviously visibility is a huge impact of being on Shark Tank. For us, it also gives a lot of credibility to otherwise a pretty small company, a pretty small team. The product that we're selling is legit. So, the initial response to that really varies widely across company. So we saw a nice little bump from it from the airing, but then we've seen this like nice long tail of just benefit from it. The other advantage of Shark Tank that I love is they invest in companies that otherwise may be viewed as uninvestable. Not a lot of investors are interested in hardware, because it's hard.
Right. No doubt.
Education is another industry that
absolutely
investors, so it was great for us to be able to find somebody that could see the value there and chase it.
And let's talk about a couple stories.
Yeah.
So why don't you give me like one of the funnest stories you've ever heard of as an application?
Funnest stories. Again, we do a lot of classrooms. Our community of teachers that use the product are super active, and they're always sharing funny, heartwarming, crazy, interesting stories of how they're utilizing it. And it really is changing lives in the classroom. Not on the funny side, but that we just actually put out a video that we worked with a student out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, a little 7-year-old girl that was born profoundly deaf in both ears. So she was able to receive bilateral cochlear implants, and the teacher has a mic that she wears, and she's able to hear the teacher clearly, but she's never able to hear her peers. And she's a sweet little girl, so she just sits there politely and just waits. So we were able to go and work with her and integrate the cue ball to work with her system, so now as they pass it around, for the first time, she can really hear her peers.
Have you or anybody on your team had like a thought, a vision, an idea, a dream that was highly emotional that you still want to pull off? Like, wow, that application, if we had enough of them, or if we had access to that country or that community, or like, is there something like that, like a dream that you're chasing right now with this product?
You know, for us, we're very much cognizant of teachers. Teachers are really the core of our company, and they're our focus, is they're carrying the heavy load. And as technologies move forward, parents are wanting more information, the schools are wanting more data, and all this load is falling down on the teachers, and they're having to be data entry people instead of just getting in and teaching. So our dream and our really goal with this that we're chasing is to get to the point where we can start to gather the data through voice, through video, through whatever else, and start automating that and capturing that data, that information, that we can see that based off of this student's voice, what they're saying, that they're maybe struggling with this subject and they're feeling stressed about it, and maybe they're hiding it well, but can we get insights into what students are thinking and how they're feeling and better serve them?
Right. And so any developments in the near future? You guys have any other SKUs, any other product developments, or is there, like, give me an idea of what's on the horizon.
Yeah, so this new Alexa version is not on the market yet, so it's supposed to be out here later in the year. The first piece for us was to solve the hardware issues. Following that is how do we actually create the skills that are more education focused? How do we give teachers those tools that we're not just handing them a piece of equipment and saying, good luck, figure it out.
Right. And how about in terms of your goals for being a sponsor here? By the way, thank you so much for sponsoring this event. But are you looking to sell the product? Are you looking to make partnerships, strategic partnerships for integrations like you did with Alexa? Are you looking to raise money? Are you like, help me understand, what's top priority for you?
So our goal overall for this conference is, again, it's obviously we've met people here that are interested that'll buy the product, and that's great, but I think it was more the connections. Because there's, like I said, the voice industry is so new and young. There's so many innovative ideas that didn't even like cross my mind before coming here, that it's really finding those connections, finding those people that have expertise in a specific area that, we just we're not that deep. So can we find those relationships and make those partnerships to broaden that?
Yeah, that's great. Any final thoughts that you want to share with the people tuned in to the live stream?
Again, just grateful to be here and part of this conference. It's great to see. I attended last year to see how much it's grown, and just look forward to seeing its continued growth and seeing where we can take this.
It's great. Well, thank you for coming up. I enjoy getting to know about your product more.
Well, thank you.
All right. I'll be right back with another fireside chat in just a moment. Welcome to the Voice Summit here at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. We're at the tail end of the final day 3, and we're closing down this expo, but I'm not done. No. I'm still here to learn. Yeah, this is like the most selfish thing I've ever done. I'm just sitting up here, asking questions, getting smarter. Thanks for being a part of that.
No problem at all. It's very pleasant here being at the RC end of the conference by the sound of it.
So why don't you introduce Ader and yourself,
sure,
and a bit about what technology you're working on, because people talk quite a bit about your company. I mean, people are very excited about what you've been developing.
Yeah, well, thanks very much, Ian. You know, we have. My name's Pete Weaver. I'm the co-founder and CFO and COO of Ader. We're based out of Auckland, New Zealand. We have brought our we like to think a very different product to Voice this year. We've developed a conversational AI product for small businesses. So we started out last year on the premise that we think small businesses need an edge to be more successful.
Yeah.
And we think that technology, proliferation of cloud apps, has made that opportunity, can bring an opportunity to fruition for us. So.
Right. And so you're one of the sponsors here, so thank you for sponsoring. We do appreciate that.
You're welcome.
You make this possible along with the other sponsors. What's the goal for being here? Like, are you looking to forge partnerships? Are you just looking to onboard clients? Are you recruiting talent? Like, give us an idea of how the folks online or people in the community can engage with you best.
Yeah, it's fair to say that we came here on a bit of an opportunity to showcase Ader. We launched Ader in the US in the last 24 hours. So it's fair to say that that's one of the things that we've done in the main in the last 3 days. And we want to, I'm going to say right to the camera, I want to say thank our hardworking tech team down in New Zealand, because they've done an amazing job of getting us to that point so quickly. So one of the things we're doing in Voice this year is absolutely to say Ader is open for business in North America.
Last 24 hours just happened yesterday.
Correct.
And so as this begins to get rolled out, who are the target companies that you're hoping to onboard? Is it mom and pop SMBs? Is it like franchise SMBs where you're onboarding 50 or 500 at a time? Help me understand kind of the ideal situation for you.
Yeah, it's almost yes to all the above, but our target, we believe our early adopters are likely to be businesses between 5 and 50 employees.
Okay.
You might have 1 or 2 owners. They have, 2 or 3 stores, and we are focused initially on retail and hospitality.
Okay.
So we've launched here with integrations to applications that those businesses might use. Square, Shopify, QuickBooks, Twitter, Facebook, things like that. And what we've done is we're saying, well, let's get some of these early adopters on board. As I said, those are businesses that are likely to have 2 or 3 stores. They're really keen to know what's going on remotely, as opposed to the sole trader who's in there 24/7. It's probably, while they might be using the apps, it's probably got a pretty good idea of what's going on. So mum and pup, less so. More, as I say, those opportunities for those shops, those businesses who actually have more than 1 or 2 or 3 shops, including possibly an online presence, e-commerce as well. We don't count out a franchise. Well, we do think that the early adopters are going to be those smaller ones. We certainly believe there's an opportunity for franchisees in our business plan in the future as well.
And as far as where you're at before you launched in America, you were in both New Zealand and Australia, or were you in Europe already, or?
No, we launched at the start of this year in Australasia.
Okay, got it. And then what's next? What makes your launch in America successful? Is it we're going to focus on this North America region for a long period of time, or are you aggressively going after other areas as well?
No, we started the business, Brendan and I, a year and a half ago, and it's always been that North America was always the big pond.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Australasia is absolutely important to us. We have got a couple hundred clients. As I said, we're new. Got a couple hundred clients in Australasia. We're looking to develop that product market fit, that value proposition down there.
Yep.
We're not forgetting where we came from. Absolutely not. But we do believe that the market in North America is the prime target for us.
Yeah.
And to make it successful for us is actually to ensure we develop the appropriate partnerships.
Yep.
With those app providers, absolutely. With tech providers, certainly. But also we're looking for appropriate channel play as well. We've signed a bank in New Zealand. And we believe that opportunity in North America certainly exists as well.
Yeah. Well, let's end by you telling a story of how it's impacted one of your clients by them implementing your software. Like, tell me a story about one of your customers.
Yeah, one of our customers, and this is Jeff. He's an early stage beta customer for us. He's been with us over a year, and he owns a sushi business. He has 3 stores. He says, I did not know that salmon roll was selling so well in one store and not the other. So he could see that happening. So he would then, he said to us, he'll get in the car, he'll go to the other stores and find out why that salmon roll is not doing so well. It's as simple as that. Wow. And we've also got another one. We have got a mum and pop. I mean, they're not as probably old as what you anticipate from mum and pop traditionally. But mum's been away, and they both have an inherent interest in their business, absolutely. Mum's had a baby, and they've gone away, but she's an integral part of the business. So she can watch what's going on while she's nursing. And she goes, to help me keep in touch, help me help my partner run the business, I can do this from here, and that's fundamental.
Well, thanks for jumping up and joining me, telling folks about Aider. And for all those tuned in online, I encourage you to check them out more. You can go to this website right here, aider.ai. And glad that you're here. Look forward to seeing you at the next gathering.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing a lot more of you join up and try Aider out. It's a 30-day free trial. We want to see people on it. Retail, hospitality businesses in North America, come on, give it a go. And we're happy to learn from you as well. So we're looking for beta customers to help us grow. It's a growing business. You can help us educate and train the product. Come on board. Looking forward to it. Thanks very much again for your time.
Let's do that as a community. Let's give it a trial. All right. Look forward to being back with you. Thank you for your attention. And I believe who's next is Amy from Tellables. Can't wait to have her share all about what she's working on.
Welcome to the Voice Summit Expo live stream stage, where we are doing fireside chat after fireside chat. And I'm having a blast. I'm learning so much. I got to talk with Amy yesterday. It was Jen and I. That's kind of how we ended our live stream yesterday, which was fun. And I am fascinated by what you've developed. I am very grateful that you're here. I think you're setting a tone for creatives in this industry to really think through how things could be done differently. So, Amy, please introduce yourself and Tellables, and then let's talk about chocolate.
Oops.
There we go.
I'm Amy Stapleton, founder and CEO of Tellables, and we create conversational story experiences for voice assistants. And we're very passionate about trying to provide a platform for independent authors to enhance their stories and their work and give them access to this new exciting voice-first platform.
And can you tell us a bit about your approach with these short, kind of 90-second audiobooks and the whole brand that you've kind of developed around chocolate? I think people are very intrigued with what they're seeing on the screen.
Right. So we came up with an idea to launch an experience on Amazon Alexa. It's called My Box of Chocolates. So you can say, Alexa, open my box of chocolates, and every month you will get a brand new assortment. They're not real chocolates. The chocolates represent a short little story that's about a minute or a minute and a half long. They are told in the voices of our virtual chocolatiers. And there's also a conversational experience around the story. So after you hear the story, Alexa will make a comment about it, and then she will engage you in a short conversation by asking you a question and then responding based on how you respond. But the idea is to create like a fictional world that's already well designed and well tuned for the voice platform. And then if you're an author, you can submit a story to us, about 250 words, and we can place it in one of our boxes and make it available. So, you fill out the form on our website, and the next month your story could be available to many people through the Amazon Alexa skill that's already live.
And so you have a table out there, right, when you enter.
Correct.
A beautiful table and a very friendly gentleman that makes everybody feel very welcome. And you're just doing a great job right now, both physically and digitally. You're sharing our event quite a bit. Thank you for that.
Right.
But tell me about your primary objective in being here. If there's one thing that Tellables accomplished this week, what is that one thing that makes it a big win for you?
I really enjoy networking with everyone that's in the voice space, because as a designer, I'm trying to create the most effective experience for an independent author. So I need to know what other people are doing, what's the latest in technology, and bounce ideas off people. I just came back from a session where they were discussing techniques of gamification. So how do you put gaming elements into an experience? And even though I don't really have any of those right now in the box of chocolates, I can imagine that we could do some things like if you come back every day and listen to a new story, and you do that for a week, you can maybe earn a badge or something like that. So, the whole environment is changing so rapidly. We're all kind of discovering things together, and I feel it's really important, even though like my target audience is not here, like there's not that many authors, the people that are inventing how this stuff works, they are here, and I need to be here so that I can keep up to date on what's going on and try to get new ideas.
That's great. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with the folks that are tuned in online?
If you're interested in storytelling, try out the box of chocolates. If you're, if you have an Alexa device, I would love your feedback. So say, Alexa, open my box of chocolates. And thank you to Pete and you guys for this fantastic conference. It's been just a hugely energizing event, and I look forward to coming back next year.
I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you.
All right. And we'll be right back with another conversation in just a moment. Welcome to the Voice Summit at NJIT. I am here with the CEO of AudioBurst. And AudioBurst, in my opinion, is, at least from what I can tell, one of the most important companies in the entire voice tech space. And really, you could probably take it beyond that because you are affecting many other niche industries by what you're doing with audio. But can you please introduce yourself and kind of how you got AudioBurst going?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for having me, and
Absolutely.
especially thank you for saying all those nice words about AudioBurst.
Yeah, I mean it.
Thank you. We're very excited about it as well, of
Yes.
course. So I'm Amir Hirsch. I'm the co-founder and CEO of AudioBurst. We founded the company about 4.5 years ago with the mission of organizing and tapping into the world of rich media, of spoken word audio, with the dream that will take all of that volume of tremendous, high quality, high produced, diverse content and allow it to be tapped to where the users are and where users consume content today and moving forward. The voice industry is obviously a very important vertical for us.
That's right.
AudioBurst has developed an AI engine that listens to spoken word content and understands what's being spoken within it, which allows it to cut it into short audio clips, short form audio we call audio bursts, and map it with as much or tag it with as much metadata as we can, keywords, entities, full transcription, source, time, mood, opinion versus fact, etc. And expose all of that through our APIs and SDKs for third parties to use and leverage within their offering.
That's right.
The idea and the business model behind it is that every product, every service, every company out there, we believe needs to add audio content and audio experience within its own offering, and we'll be the engine to allow them to do so.
Can you talk a bit about the metrics, like what you've already accomplished? And as you listen, it's actually true. Because when I first heard the amount of content that you are taking in real time and actually making all that chaos out there through radio stations and podcasts and other things of that nature, you're pulling in all this content and you're actually allowing people to have a chance to index it in a way that is natural, that makes sense. It's a big reason why you've been able to raise money and why you've been able to thrive the last 4.5 years. But tell the folks a little bit about what you've accomplished so far.
Sure. So, as you said, it's a very big technological challenge to build that engine that will be able to do it. And we're at this point listening and indexing more than 6 million minutes a month live as it happens through our servers. Pretty much any item that you'll hear, a big item in the radio or in the podcast that have been aired, will be analyzed immediately as it being either broadcasted or released to the web. And whenever a user or a partner of ours uses our APIs to search, or one of our consumer-facing tools, they'll get content that is as 1 minute, 2 minute old, as fresh as that. The moment they ask, it's already indexed in within our system.
Right.
We presently have, I'm not going into the exact numbers because these are actually these are the numbers of users or of our partners, but we have several millions monthly active users today and growing, split between various applications, websites, online and mobile applications, and some more strategic relationships with more consumer electronics, automotive industry. We've been very lucky to partner and get both partnerships and investments from Samsung, from Hyundai, from Dentsu, some serious players that really believe in where the audio world is going to and how AudioBurst serves it.
For the life cycle of your company, you're 4.5 years old, you've raised quite a bit of money.
$25 million
I mean,
so
it's
far.
really, it's an extraordinary accomplishment.
Thank you.
Where do you see yourself in the life cycle of a company? Or if it was a child, are you an adolescent? Are you a teenager? What's next for AudioBurst? I mean, how do you mature? How do you grow? How do you scale from here? Because you've already accomplished so much. You must have a trajectory and a strategy moving forward.
So first of all, as an entrepreneur, I'm always a child. And probably my company is the same. No matter at what point in the life cycle of the company we'll be.
I'm with you.
We're going to be childish and silly. But turning this into more of a serious analytics or analysis of where the company is. I think AudioBurst is on the crisp, on the point of breakthrough. We've been hard working in the labs with a tremendous amount of data scientist team that we have, the amazing team that we have, to actually make it true, to allow ourselves to deliver and have that capability.
Yes.
And in the past year or two, we exposed it through our APIs, through our SDKs, through, we've just recently launched AudioBurst Studio, a web interface that allows non-developers to go ahead and configure their own playlist and play with it and get a feeling of it, and then with a click of a button, send it to the developers and say, hey, integrate that.
Wow.
We've also launched AudioBurst Creators, which is this side for managing, again, a web interface to assist with the content producers to manage their content and be able to market it and analyze and get analytics and see their content through the eyes of the AI. So I think these are recent launches. We've announced in this conference the launch of our AudioBurst Auto, the first Android Auto app that does what we do, personalized audio. So when you drive, you get your content the way you want it, search, fully interactive. And the integration with Samsung, we added the first audio capsule within Samsung Bixby.
Wow.
So still all of those are milestones, technological and product milestones. I think an initial traction that we see already in the traffic and the users into our company. I think this year, we're starting to see already the traction with both over-the-web applications and websites taking our content and starting to distribute it. And we're moved into some serious negotiation around the legal terms and commercial terms with real big partners that I can't announce for now, but I think that will make AudioBurst in a year from now move from the promise and the child that brought this amazing technology into the adult that is now serving millions of users, needs to stand in the SLAs of what we're signed off on. And I think that's going to mature a lot, not only in the product, but us as a company to treat the technology and our clients and the content in a much more, I'd say, robust way moving forward.
What's the next big steps for you this year? Like next year when you come to the Voice Summit, again, thank you for being a sponsor because you helped make this possible, and I imagine that'll be the case next year. And I know you're involved in other events, right? Bradley Metrock has his different Voice First events, and so you really are helping support this industry. And as all these different events and gatherings happen, you're always hoping to have new things that, like, hey, this is even better now, or we're even doing more than 6 million, a month. So help us understand what's some big goals for you this upcoming year in terms of the company development.
Sure. One comment before the company itself. I want to say something about the Voice Conference that really made a tremendous progress since last year. Instead of discussing what is voice, it's more like discussing, okay, what do we do with voice?
Yes.
And I think in a very constructive and healthy way that the collaboration within the ecosystem is happening, which is amazingly positive, I think, building it this way. What I would like to see in voice the next year, I'd like it to be less friendly. I'd like it to be a little bit more vicious because my sense right now is that we're so friendly and friends and everyone's so cooperative because money didn't pour in yet. Once money moves in, once there's negotiation around terms and around pricing and around rev share, all of a sudden then you see the muscles coming in. And I think that will show that the voice industry has matured into more of a financial, business-oriented and not just changing the world and looking at it from a features. We have to have the money to fuel our dreams and vision. There's got to be business models in it.
Absolutely.
So that's on what do I want voice to be next year. Missions for AudioBurst is easy. We definitely want to see traction. We marked ourselves, if you say within a year, we want to see several tens of millions of monthly active users listening to our content, have it be through our different partners. I'd like to see it in a diverse set of partners, without putting my sales guys on TV's pressure, but there are clear KPIs on the number of mobile apps, websites, hearables, smart speakers, and the such integrations that once signed, done, delivered, and operational. I don't expect us to be launched within the automotive industry within this year, but definitely I want to start seeing the traction of the development and the project and the signature on it. It just takes the automotive industry a little bit longer to launch new capabilities like what we've done. We definitely need to sign a couple of deals in that vertical. This is a critical vertical for us.
Yes.
When you think of AudioBurst, voice is a big catalyst to our needs.
Yes.
It really promotes the need for audio content. Once you switch into voice first interaction, you don't want an answer, here's what I found on the web. You want the answer to be played back to you.
Right.
But AudioBurst would like to also, and we are active in even non-voice first devices. I think pretty much any device out there, any application or a running app, an alarm clock needs a personalized audio experience within it.
That's right.
So I want to see check boxes on all those industries.
That's great.
Within this year, yeah.
Any final thoughts as we wrap up our conversation? I mean, the truth is I could actually sit here and talk with you for hours. I have so many questions. I have so many questions about AudioBurst and what is to come, but for the sake of time, because LinkedIn won't even let me put the video on if it's over 10 minutes, let's wrap this bad boy up. Final thoughts, final call to action.
So I've talked a lot. I think the first question that you asked, you says, it's hard to believe that your guys are actually doing it. Then, instead of me talking about, we'll do a quick demo. You want? If we're connected over here, let me show you that it actually does work, okay? I think it's all set up, so, we took care of it. So let me see.
Tristan, we're going to show something. Okay, good.
We're good. So a little demo over our action in Google Assistant, okay? So talk to AudioBurst.
All right, getting AudioBurst.
Happy to hear from you again.
Play my personalized playlist.
Let's start with New York weather report, aired 3 minutes ago on 1010 winds.
A 1010 winds AccuWeather 4-day forecast. Here's meteorologist Dave Samuel.
New York, like I said,
beautiful weather out there today with sunshine and a few clouds. We have a high of 85 degrees expected this afternoon. Apart from that right now, and it will be.
Next burst.
Moving on to traffic, aired 3 minutes ago on 1010 winds.
To WCBS traffic and weather together on the 8th.
So
Jim Felton.
imagine
and we're going to
me
start in Rockland
just sitting
County
down
where
in my
we
car
still
right
have a
now,
crash on
and
the
the
northbound
traffic
side
report was 3
of
minutes
the
ago.
Interstate
Wow, that's
Thruway
useless
and
to me.
exit 13
And now I need to
on
wait
Palisades
10 minutes until the
Parkway.
next
It's
traffic.
been
By
pushed
that
over
time,
to the
I'm
shoulder,
stuck in
but
traffic.
still delays back
So next
across
time
the
I'm
Tappan
sitting in a
Zee Bridge
car,
to
I
Westchester,
can just
a lot
punch
of
the button,
rubbernecking on the
and
southbound
the
side
latest
as well.
traffic
And
report is
southbound on
waiting for me to
684,
see
you
over
are
here, to
still
be over here.
jammed
Well,
up
okay?
as you're getting
So
into
we're going to run
84,
out of time. Let me do a
northbound
couple
delays
of
as well.
searches
And
if you
on
want. Let's say,
84, just after 684, still see.
What's the latest with the New York Yankees?
I found the following 5 bursts on New York Yankees. Aired 53 minutes ago on 77 WABC radio.
Down 16. In sports, the Mets and Padres in action at Citi Field right now. The Yankees are in Boston tonight. And now your forecast from the Ramsey Mazda Weather Center. Mostly sunny and pleasant today, high 85. Going down to 70 tonight.
How's the market doing?
Here is your business flash market report. Aired 3 minutes ago on Bloomberg Radio New York.
Percent. Here's where we stand. S&P 500 index down 15, holding above 3,000 to 3,003, down 5.
Stop. That's personalized audio content tailored to me, answering my questions, waiting and curated for me every time I start clicking that. And that's the kind of interactive personalized audio experience that we think that every car, every smart speaker, every hearable, every running app, navigation app, alarm clock needs to have in it.
Right.
That's our mission. That's, I think, what we can do. That's as users, not as AudioBurst. I would expect to have as part of my companion throughout the day. I want my content available and cut for me and not me chasing it.
Well, it's very impressive. I'm grateful that you are here and that you're doing what you're doing, because I feel like your tech is a lighthouse for others to think bigger about what's possible. So thanks for doing the industry. I'm excited to see AudioBurst continue to grow and bring out the muscle.
Thank you very, very much.
Yeah,
I appreciate
absolutely.
it. Thank you for having me over here.
I'll be back in just a moment with another Fireside Chat.
Welcome to the Voice Summit here at New Jersey Institute of Technology, and I'm about ready to play some games. We're going to live stream this bad boy. Let's do it.
I'll eat something after this.
So this is Game Fully. You are the co-founder and CEO, and this allows people to Twitch while also having an ability to automate different tasks with your voice. And so it's both kind of this setup that you have here and the software. You want to share anything specific about you and your team?
My name is Tahsin Peterson, CEO and founder of Gamefully. We create voice-powered content creation tools for gamers. So the challenge for a gamer who wants to grow their stream and grow their audience is there's a lot of multitasking taking place, right? You're playing a video game, you're competing, you're head game, up and now manage that content, share that content on social, engage your fans, engage your audience. It's a lot of work. So what we're doing is allowing gamers and Twitch streamers to share their content with voice commands. So while you're playing in the middle of your stream, you shout certain commands. You're now creating Twitter posts. You're now creating a Discord post. You're now sharing shareable links back to your Twitch channel. So you never miss a beat. You're still streaming. You're still playing. Your head's in the game, and you know, we're having fun.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
Yeah. All right. So we're playing Street Fighter. We're simulating a video game environment, and yeah, we're gonna rock. So you have to, that's it. You're probably gonna kick my ass right now. So you just hit X. Yeah. We have 5 viewers watching us right now. You got it. No, I just selected that character. Why are you? What's going on with you? I hope we're not. There you go. All right, you're the crazy birdie guy.
Birdie. I'll eat something after this.
That's the first round. I'm going to jump. I'm going to flip through the screen so I can show what happened with the technology. Like we did. All right, Chun-Li versus Birdie. Probably
Chun-Li.
Now,
let's begin.
I feel like you have. Just making sure my phone doesn't go back to sleep.
Want to see my kung fu? I'll show you.
Boy, it ain't too late to run off to Mum now. Round 1. Fight.
Don't hold a grudge, okay?
Hey Siri.
Round 2.
Get it.
Fight.
Playing is fun, but I want to make sure.
Yeah!
For sure. So I just shouted a command. Hey Siri. Get it.
I'm here.
Now, Siri's going to work right now. I'll give her a second. So I'll show you what just happened. So with that command, get it, what I did was created a shareable link on my Twitch channel, right? So I have viewers. Right now there's 5 people viewing us. Those 5 people can now share a 30-second clip that we created with our voice, right? What I also did was created a tweet, and I'm going to refresh Twitter so that the latest post was created. So 29 seconds ago.
It's all automated with your voice. That way, yeah,
here you go.
So here's the thing. Somebody's a Twitch live streamer. Instead of stopping and doing these tasks, you can automate. I can just this, then that with your voice. So you say, get it, then when ends up happening is it posts a tweet, it puts a piece, it does this and these different, I mean, it probably is set up differently depending on who it is.
Yeah.
And so you can be doing what you normally do as a gamer, which not everybody that's older understands, but this is like, we might maybe want to be baseball players 20 years ago, 30 years ago, right? Like that's the thing that you did in the 70s, 80s, 90s. Like, I want to be maybe a football player.
Right.
Today, younger people are thinking, I just want to be a gamer. I want to have thousands or hundreds of thousands of people watch me do my sport, my digital sport. This is a totally different world today.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, if you think about the amount of kids in high schools that may not qualify for athletics for one reason or another, right? Maybe they're not interested, but there's a lot more kids capable of playing games that are playing games than they are participating in athletics. So, you know, but in order to be successful and monetize at least certain aspects of it, it requires growing an audience, right? You're building your brand. Like any other social media influencer or social media brand, it requires engagement, and you're using your content and using tools to drive that content to create this engagement. And we're streamlining the process. So, you know, thereby allowing any amateur gamer or competitive gamer the ability to grow their audience and focus on the task at hand, and that's playing a game.
Yeah. Well, I like what you're doing. I was intrigued when I met you yesterday. I was kind of shocked. I'm like, is this real? This feels like it's not like this. Did you guys really pull this off already? But it's cool to see it in action. Thank you for showing us the demo. People want to get a hold of you. They go to Gamefully, Gamefully, or they can find you on places like Twitter at Gamefully. So thanks for being here. We're glad to have you out there in the community area. And I hope that some young people are inspired in seeing this, both in engaging with your company and product and thinking of solutions like this for the market.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for having me here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll be back with another
To the Voice Summit here at NJIT. It's the New Jersey Institute of Technology and so much more. And it's really a world-class institution. You and the other leaders here have a lot to do with that. Thank you so much for hosting us. I was intrigued by our conversation yesterday. You were elected to public office here in Newark in 2004.
So I've actually been elected in a town called Hillside, which is the neighboring community outside of Newark in 2004.
Yep.
I started as a school board member. I did that for 5 years. I went on to then become a councilwoman at large. I was then the mayor of Hillside, and then I became, in which I am present, a Union County freeholder. That's my side job.
Right.
But my day job is here at NJIT. I work on behalf of the president, Joel Bloom, and his senior team, and we are just delighted to be able to work with Pete Erickson. He has been such an innovator, so creative, and so connected to so many amazing people all around this world.
Right.
So last year, there was a group of us from different parts of the community of Newark, from the mayor's office, from our economic development for our Greater Newark Convention and Visitors Bureau and NJIT. We came together and we said, Pete, how can we help you? But he just, as he said, it's going to go boom. It's going to explode, and it did. So we can't be more pleased to be able to be host the second year, but more importantly, see his vision and hope that it continues to fulfill what he's seeking it to do.
Well, he's very, very grateful for the partnership, as is his entire team.
Yes.
What's been a highlight for you the last 4 days? You know, like I've had many. This is a highlight.
This is definitely a highlight. You are one of the most down-to-earth individuals that I've met while I've been here. And the wonderful thing is you see people from all over, so many different countries, but when you find a kindred spirit, you just keep gravitating back. So every day I kept gravitating back. So here I am sitting with you, and thank you for what you do for so many people to have a voice. So thank you.
Oh, that's very nice of you to say. But tell me a highlight. Like, this is
true.
Anyone,
so,
but Monday for me, when I saw the 500 high school students.
Exactly.
Like, and there's this one young gal. I mean, you definitely know who she is. Starts with a K. She's so articulate. She's brilliant.
Is she one of our high schoolers? Is she one of our students at NJIT?
Now she's one of your mentors. And
you'll find. So some of my highlights while you're looking for that was the fact that the mayor, Mayor Raz Baraka for the city of Newark came in, and he was able to see some of the students, Kayla, Michelle. But when he came in and he saw some of the students signing, and they began to embrace him, and it just showed you the power and the spirit of what was happening in his place and space. It was not just about this amazing expo area. It was not just about the learning that you're doing all around the campus in different rooms and, you know, speaking to some of the best experts in voice, but it was that you also were giving these gifts to young people who may not have a traditional voice that you might assume could really benefit for something such as this. And so it was a beautiful moment for me to see that. It was a beautiful moment for me to see just the integration of each year's scholarships, so that this is so much bigger than just coming together to learn personally and professionally, but that we are also creating shoulders to stand on so that we can continue to let this medium and this space grow.
Yeah, absolutely. How about a highlight from today? You know, what was something that it's the last day. We had day 0 on Monday, right? This is day 3 on Thursday. It's basically over. We closed down the Expo Hall a while ago. Everything's kind of wrapping, you know, obviously very inclusive and diverse community, right? I mean, the final keynote, he is deaf. He's one of the leaders from Prudential who's been a big sponsor for this. But what's been a highlight for you today as you've kind of seen, like, okay, this is the end of year 2. Hopefully we'll be doing year 22 here, but what's a highlight for today?
The highlight today is to really be able to still walk around campus, and it's almost like it's still like the first day. People still are excited. People still understand that they want to go straight to the end and beyond. We have a closing barbecue at the end of the evening, but people are still here and committed because they realize that this information is so rich that you can truly, at any point, who you talk to, where you speak to them, it could be, you know, doing a meetup. I ran into some folks from France, and then I saw they were huddled, and I sent them to a little French eatery. So they really realized that this is a space where the impact is what's so impactful. So that's why, it's almost over, but I'm still here. And I want so many people to realize that we don't stand alone by staying to every single moment, being able to go to each of the vendors and really hearing what they have to say.
Right.
Because this is a community that is really committed and really passionate, but
Yes.
really believes in supporting each other. And I think that is what keeps me so motivated and highlighted. No matter where we are in this world, I realize that this voice community is something special.
It is.
So I think as I continue to walk around, you still see people navigating, as I said, in and out of the building, still committed to really what the vision that was set by Pete and so many others. So I just want, on behalf of the city of Newark and NJIT, of course, and everyone who's had a part, all the major sponsors, that we appreciate, but with that we also are able to be proud, because this is something truly special, and no matter how it continues to grow, that we'll be here to support it in any way we can.
Yeah, well, I think there's a reason why the community here is so tight-knit. You know, hearing about some of the exciting things that have been, like Thomas Edison, and, you know, the different companies that have been started here. There's a lot that really are meaningful. But I really believe that for this area, the best days are ahead.
Yes.
And so it's going to be exciting to be a friend.
Thank you.
With
Thank
your
you,
city.
Thank you.
With you, with this school.
Thank
and
you.
I thank you for inviting me into
Thank
this
you.
world. And I look forward to developing a relationship
Even
with
more.
all of you.
So thank you so much, and blessings.
Yes.
And continue to enjoy our city.
That's right.
And we'll see you soon.
Okay, thank you so
take
much.
care.
I'll be right back with another interview. Welcome to the Expo live stream stage. We are closing this thing down, and I'm having some of my favorite people come sit down with me and do some brief fireside chats. So I call you Huggable Heidi. You're one of my favorite people. I love seeing you at the events. I love interacting on Twitter. I'm excited about your keynote that you're going to be doing at the Voice of Health event, August 5th and 6th in Boston. So can you please just tell folks who you are for the few that may not know you through my network, Bradley's network, Pete's network. Tell folks about who you are, your company, and then we can talk a bit about the Voice of Health Summit coming up.
Perfect, thanks. I'm Heidi Culbertson, CEO and founder of Marvi. We create and help clients create specific voice experiences that meet the needs of the active aging, the over 1 billion people that are over the age of 50, from healthcare, care dependent to active athletes at 93. Voice design workshops, strategy sessions, covering really just serving the needs to make life better for the aging population.
In my conversations with you and as well as Terry Fisher, it has often gone into more of an emotional place, which is really drives me to think through how do we apply technology better for the aging population? 10,000 Americans every single day turn 65. Can you tell a story or two that really brings that home? Why it's important for us to be mindful of developing technology for this part of our community?
Yeah, I've spent 30 years in technology and emerging technology, and would have easily eventually entered the voice first world.
Right.
Entered it immediately the first week that the Amazon Echo came out. Had a mother who was still playing tennis at age 87.
Right.
Active, cognitively sharp as a tack, very blessed from a health perspective, and went blind by age 90.
Wow.
Became isolated, lonely, her social circles shrank. Not only did her world become dark, it became silent. And then we gave her the Amazon Echo 2 years later after she was legally blind, and took to it immediately. Opened her whole life up. And that's why actually I founded the company, Marvi, which is named after my mother, actually.
Really?
So from family caregiving and aging at home, a lot of people think that anyone over 65 is in dire need of health care, but simple things become difficult when you age. So whether it's helping the older adult themselves or a family member who has to kind of change their day a little bit to ensure their loved one's taken care of.
That's right.
Voice as an interface serves four generations over the age of 50. I mean, it's amazing.
Absolutely.
So, my first use case is always why I started the company in the first place, which was to help an older adult do very simple things. And we're only going to grow from there.
Yes.
But disabilities, mobility, vision, it's about making life better.
Tell us about the upcoming Voice of Health event in Boston, August 5th and 6th. Our friend Bradley Metrock and the team at Voice First Events are putting that on.
Yeah.
And so I think people are looking forward to hearing what you're going to share at that event. So we talk a bit about that. It's the second annual one, and about what you intend to share, and then we'll wrap things up.
Perfect. Yeah, the Voice of Healthcare is August 5th and 6th. I'm honored to be the opening keynote. I'm going to talk about how what we do today is very important in the emerging voice first world, because we're going to be writing a new narrative on healthcare, on aging, on family caregiving, because we can connect them differently.
Right.
The event will have sessions on many sessions on the clinical settings.
Right.
But I'm going to speak about really painting a picture of in hospital to out hospital, and how do we connect in new ways information and empathy throughout the entire population and care system that surrounds an older adult or a young adult, anyone who's in need of health care. And how do we use voice to delay health care?
Yeah.
From a wellness perspective.
Right.
So we'll be touching on a lot of those different things. It'll be a very informative and fun, because I'm always
always fun.
I'm always about introducing a little fun event. You know,
That's
so
fun.
I'm looking forward to going up, and I have family up there also. So
That's great.
I'm looking forward to it.
That's great. Well, I'll end, since we're talking health and the aging population, with this. I installed Amazon Alexa Echoes all throughout my parents' house a few weeks ago. I bought them months ago.
Yeah.
You know, it was like some sort of deal. They were $25 instead of 50.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yep.
so I buy 14 of them or something like that. You know, so I can have 2 in each room. And I buy a little wall, so it just sticks in the wall. And I have them there, and my dad's like, when are you gonna put these things in? And I keep thinking it's gonna take a while to install these. And it wasn't nearly as time consuming as I had thought. And after I first put them in and they worked and I had the sound and I'm playing my parents' favorite music, I started getting super emotional. I'm ready to cry right now. This is the weirdest thing. Then I cry all the time, so it's not that weird. I'm a very emotional guy. And so then I do some more, and then it was like room 4 or 5, and I'm like actually tearing up. I'm like weeping. I'm actually thinking through the implication of my parents having the ability to automate things.
Yeah.
And I'm over there, and I hear them asking simple mathematic questions. The weather, setting an alarm, playing their favorite music. And it's like incredibly significant how it's impacted their life.
Yeah.
And I think that it's little things like that are already there at market, right? For $60, you can get 2 dots and the little wall plug, maybe $100 plus Wi-Fi, and you just gave an elderly person a supercomputer with left and right sound. I mean, how about all the other things coming out? So I'm very excited. I'm grateful for what you do.
Thanks.
And the company that you're leading, and the fact that you're a voice in this industry. And so I'm always looking to learn from you, as I have today.
Thank you for the time, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I do want to say one thing about this summit, and we'll see it again at the Voice of Healthcare. It's not about the technology.
No.
It's about the impact that we're already seeing in first generation.
That's right.
So you're absolutely right. We're going to take care of people differently.
That's right.
Which is great.
It is
so
great.
thank you for having me.
Absolutely. I'll be right back with another interview in just a moment. Welcome to the Voice Summit here in Newark, New Jersey. We are at NJIT, and I'm very excited about this next conversation with Dr. Ed Duran, who is the co-founder of Microsoft Cortana and currently the Director of Product Management in the Research Division. And so please tell us a bit about yourself and what you do at Microsoft.
Well, thanks for having me here today.
Absolutely.
It's been a great day at Voice. It's exciting to be here because I run into all my friends.
Yes.
It's a really small world in AI. It's a smaller world in voice. I think you and I know a lot of the same people. But we're really here to talk about what's changing in voice and AI. And what's exciting about this for me is that we're hitting this inflection point. So remember like when the web got traction and took off, and when mobile got traction and took off, and you built this ecosystem of new companies and new experiences. That's what's happening with voice. And so MSR, Microsoft Research, is really excited about how do we invent the new science, the new engineering that's going to light up that ecosystem.
Right. What's the primary thing that you're focused on in terms of research and in terms of like developing this ecosystem moving forward? Is there something that you're magnetized to most right now?
Well, this is, I'm a born scientist, so I'm kind of a kid in a candy shop for this stuff. MSR's got thousands of people around the world in the US, China, India, all over, and they're doing great stuff. And what I'm finding is the things we're building have certainly hit an inflection point. We've hit human parity for speech recognition, transcription, translation, object recognition.
Right.
But you can start to bring those things together in interesting ways. Just last week, we did a really cool announcement where we had one of our executives walk out on stage, make a brief announcement, and then we immediately built a life-size hologram of her, had her make the same announcement, but in Japanese and in her voice.
And that was at Inspire.
Yep.
And that was a very big deal.
Yeah.
When that happened, I think the viral momentum around shareability of that moment must have exceeded the expectations of Microsoft's marketing people, because I think it was something like, what did we just see?
Yeah.
We're living in the future right now. I imagine that Microsoft is able to do things that no other company can do, just in the sense that it's the largest market cap company in the world, and incredible resources. What's it like to be a scientist in an environment where you have the ability, the people, the manpower, the position, the platform, the money to do some really wonderful things as a kid in a candy store?
Well, it's great because there's always something more to do. So for example, we're getting really good at speech recognition, right? I mean, in controlled tests, we're actually at past human parity. But there's always going to be some words we don't recognize. Names, new words that are being minted. So our Montreal lab just invented a new technology. They put it out on GitHub, so you can play with it.
Yeah.
That looks at the phonic structure of words, so it can identify words that aren't even in the dictionary. So for example, if I go to a really good system and I say my name, Ed Doran, I've had it come back translated as Dad's boring, which once your kids hear that, they're going to say, Dad, it's a multi-billion-dollar AI system. You can't argue with science.
That's funny.
I'm going to be boring forever. With a phonic system, you can recognize Ed Doran as unique words, even if it doesn't know those words.
Right.
So we're trying to invent the new things, but then we're trying to push them out on Git, and we're trying to share them with the community so we can build that ecosystem that we were talking about.
Yes.
Other companies should get started. New startups should happen, and we want to make the tools that make that happen.
Now, are you based in Seattle?
I am, yes.
Okay, and do you spend most of your time there, like working with a local team, or do you have to travel quite a bit for your responsibilities at Microsoft?
So I spend the majority of my time in Seattle. I do travel to meet with the other labs. I was in Cambridge last week. They're doing some fascinating work that we're going to be excited to talk about. We've got the India lab coming up and the China lab behind that. It's interesting to have a global community because it gives you a much more diverse set of people and a much more inclusive set of scientists and engineers who are going to be at the table. One of the challenges with a lot of the new tech is you have to keep your eye out for biases and for limitations in scope that just don't need to be there. And by having thousands and thousands of researchers around the world, we get a chance to try to bring more people to the table and hopefully have a more diverse perspective.
Right. It's said that there's three types of futurists. The real futurists, the scientists, the doctors like yourself, that through studying what is and what should be, make some logical predictions. Then there's those that are casting vision, right? They're like,
speaking forth what could be, and then those that are just working to build the future. Would you consider yourself a futurist? And if you would, what kind of category or categories do you feel like, I'm a scientist, I'm a doctor, that's my thing, or no, I feel like I kind of embody the visionary, I like to cast a vision and build it. Can you talk to us a bit about how you think of yourself and your responsibility in this industry as somebody that's, predicting or maybe just creating the future?
That's a great question. I don't think I'm smart enough to be a futurist, honestly. And I only became a doctor because I didn't want to be Mr. Ed. I could at least be Dr. Ed.
Dr. Ed is just right.
I think we're bad at predicting the future, at least as far as I can tell. I love reading old predictions of what the future is going to look like. Some of my favorites are, they thought people would asphyxiate on steam trains because the train would go faster than people could run, so you obviously couldn't get enough air in your lungs, and you'd die if you rode a train.
Wow.
Clearly not the case. The reality is we're terrible at predicting the future, but we're great at building it.
Yeah.
So what I think we need are really smart, forward-looking people who talk about this is the future we should build, and then we need scientists and engineers who want to chase that dream and help build the future that we should have.
Right.
So I think it's going to be that combination of the people you described, but I think making the future you want is key, and that's why makers like yourself, like your audience, are so crucial because they're making those steps towards the future we want to have.
Right. What is the future that you want to have for your great-great-great-grandchildren that you'll never meet, but that you're kind of laying groundwork of development that should impact humanity? Like, what are you looking toward when you're gone, but the impact you're making for generations to come?
Mainly that they won't say I was boring or that I was chosen by an AI system as boring. I think you see the seeds of that right now. I mean, if you told yourself not that long ago that you can pick up a device in your pocket and talk to almost anyone on the planet, regardless of whether you spoke their language or not, you'd be shocked.
Right.
But you have essentially a supercomputer in your pocket. You have Teams or Skype. You can make the call. You can use translator from any number of companies to speak that language. You're breaking down those barriers between the 7 billion people that roam the planet.
Right.
I think I'd like to see us getting farther and farther with that vision. Can we make the world more collaborative? Can we make the world more conversational?
Right.
And ultimately, because we collaborate and converse with each other, can we make the world more empathetic? For me, the primary goal of AI is empowerment, and I think that's where empathy becomes really crucial.
What do you think is the best possible scenario for AI at scale without a moment of singularity? Just the track of things going. In your mind, what's a great scenario of AI? When you hear Elon Musk talk about the Neuralink, I'm not sure if you saw that. I mean, it was quite fascinating. And at the end, he's like, and monkeys are controlling computers. And his staff's like, you weren't supposed to say that. That's a secret. So when you look at some of these developments and you think about not AI getting a soul or anything that's fantastical and which usually leads to dystopic movies, but just science. What do you think it looks like in a great outcome?
That's a great question. I realize that like the most compelling technologies are things that fade farthest to the background.
Yeah.
So if you think about even calling it technology, to a teenager today, having a smartphone is not technology. It's just always been.
Yeah.
Of course, you have a smartphone. Of course, you can go on the web. I'd like to see AI empowering people, but falling to the background and doing things based on working for you. So, for example, if the highest power of AI is to empower you, then its job is to advise, its job is to inform, its job is to give you capabilities that you don't already have.
Right.
So the AI of the future that's really exciting are the things that put humans in the center, where humans can exercise judgment and creativity and do the things they're passionate about. And AI is a supporting capability in that role. And we know this is right. If you look at the studies that look at AI that advise doctors and compare the outcomes of doctors alone, AI systems alone, and doctors who are advised by AI, clear and away, the winner are the doctors who are advised by AI. The AI never replaced them. The AI never got between them and her, that surgeon and her patient.
Right.
But the AI helped them do what they were most passionate about. And so the future that's really exciting is an AI that knows you, that empowers you, and moves out of your way so you can do what you want to do.
Yes. I've had more
executives say good things about your CEO than I think any other Fortune 50 CEO. Like, people are very, very thankful for the outcome. What's it been like for you to have such a radical shift from the way things were 5 years ago in the greater Microsoft ecosystem and the way things have become? I mean, I think Inspire, right, last week, like that was a really great kind of flag in the ground. Like, we haven't just hit these metrics. Like, here we are. We're here to display something. I mean, his keynote was fascinating. I'm getting texts like about it, and I'm tuning into the live stream and thinking to myself, I should have definitely gone and been there. But can you just talk a bit about the CEO at the greater Microsoft and the leadership, and kind of your thoughts on what's been developed, the ecosystem there?
Well, I think I'm an incredibly lucky person. I work in Microsoft Research. Bill Gates had the vision 30 years ago to create Microsoft Research and to say, we need some really talented people who are going to look ahead and do hard things that can take decades to get done, but that's where the future gets minted. And I inherited that amazing investment and view of the future. And then put me in that context and then say, I have a CEO who feels deeply and passionately about things that really matter. He deeply and passionately spoken extensively about privacy, respecting your privacy of the customers, about empowering his employees.
Yeah.
So I feel incredibly lucky because I'm in this environment where decades of great research have happened and a mass of incredible people have been brought together, and we're empowered by a CEO who believes in things like privacy, diversity, and empowerment. I couldn't ask for a better situation.
Well, I think that you saying that it just goes right along with the drumbeat I keep hearing from other people in a similar position that you have, whether they're directly there or they're impacted by it. 1,000 years ago, our ancestors, they built castles. The dukes and the princesses, I mean, that's what they did. They built castles, and they committed a dozen generations, right? It's a 300-year commitment from when you have a vision for a castle, and your kids, your great-grandkids, never going to enjoy the castle. It's for so far from there. It's for a region. It's for a purpose. It's for protection. It's for royalty and all those different things. What do you feel like is the castle of your life in your career? And do you think much about that kind of long-term, like a lot of what ultimately happens, you may never even see, because it's just the beginning of things?
That's a great question. If we think about what is our modern day castle, I think it's two things. One is we have fundamentally a platform orientation. We want to build an extremely capable platform with democratized tools that anyone can build on. If you think about earlier inflections in technology and you were thinking about mobile, when people were designing mobile phones, I was one of them. Nobody said, we've got to have a GPS for dating. Yep, that's it. No, right. We wanted a GPS for mapping.
Right.
Someone else built an amazing company and entirely new experiences coming out of that.
Right.
So building a platform that has great capabilities, that actively looks to identify and address biases in the platform, and then creates tools for people to build their own business, their own startup, is incredibly valuable. The other thing that I think goes with that is we've invested massively in individual level guidance. So you've heard of Fat AI. So fair, accountable, transparent AI systems. By the way, if I ever become a DJ, dibs on Fat AI is my name. You want it? We've built the Ether committee that goes through and talks about what is ethical AI, what's accountable AI, what's transparent AI. And then we even founded the Partnership for AI together with Google and Facebook and Apple to say whatever gets built on these platforms should serve to make a better world.
Okay.
So I think the castle is the platform that we build with those capabilities and we make it accessible to everyone.
Right.
But also the principles to say, because AI is hard and expensive, let's do this in a way that makes life better for everyone. So I think those two things.
It's a great answer. I think because I probably want to be sensitive to your time and to the folks that are tuned in. Everybody's very short attention span. Everything's very, very quick. But let me ask you this in terms of, do you mind if I ask you an ethereal question?
Go for it.
So if I described our body
as the thing that represents us that's connected to Earth, as our mind, as the part of us that's connected to ourself, our soul connected to another, and our spirit connected to a supernatural, whatever that may be. When you think about technology as a scientist, do you think about things beyond the mind and the body? Are you thinking about the soul or the spirit, if those are two separate things? Does that come into conversation? Is that talked about? If it is, like, what is kind of the general response of the more ethereal side of whatever this is that we are experiencing as humanity?
Wow, that's a complex question. I think for those of us doing research, we use a different nomenclature, but I think there's interesting overlaps.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have an analytical framework for addressing the world, but that's not enough. The things in the world we address are complicated and hard, and you often fail before you win. And if you win, you have to realize sometimes it's a fail because it's a local optima, not a global optima.
Yeah.
So not only do you have an analytical framework, you have to have passion for the work. You have to want it with your heart to get things done. And the most interesting scientists are those that not only have an analytical framework, but they have deep passion to deliver these things. And then they do them with a large community, which ties to your comment about souls. So let me give you an interesting example. When you think about voice, a lot of people say, well, okay, it's just a new mode of interaction.
Yeah.
Or it's a mechanism to make things more accessibility. But the reality is, we all need that mechanism, right? You may need voice because you have some challenges to being sighted. You may need voice temporarily because you were injured. You may need voice situationally because you're driving a car and you can't take your eyes off the road. It's a fundamental way of looking at the world. Now, we have a researcher who built something called Soundscape. It's on Git. You can take a look at it. But essentially says, because he wanted to build a voice experience and a sound experience because he's not sighted, and he wanted that to be rich and three-dimensional. So you can walk around the world, interact with voice, and see the world in three-dimensional ways. This object is there and you're passing it. That object is in the distance. It's a really good example. I think Soundscape is great because it's built on deep analytical frameworks that are mental. It's driven out of the passion of the researchers to create a better world for everyone, whether you're situationally or permanently challenged for vision. And it's built with a community of people who've picked it up and extended it. So I almost argue the best products come from your heart and your mind and your community.
That's great. If somebody is younger and they had a chance to sit down and have a cup of coffee with you that's not being recorded and it's private, and you're having this conversation, and they turn to you and they say, hey, can you give me advice? Like, let's say they're in their early 20s to early 40s, but they're on the younger side of their career. What is your advice to the older millennials, the younger Gen X age? Like, what type of direction, like, where do you point young people to today in general in their career or in education? Because things are so different today than they were for you and for Steve Jobs and for Bill Gates and for many of the other scientists and innovators in the tech world. It's a completely different ballgame today, and there's not necessarily a due north for getting educated, getting mentored, getting trained, finding the right space to thrive. So do you have advice that's general to everybody if you were given that question from one specific person?
Wow, you get some great questions today.
Oh, thanks.
I typically, when I'm mentoring someone who's looking for advice on their path forward, what I try to tell them is there are no directly linear paths. Everyone follows their own interesting path. In fact, the most interesting people that I've ever worked with are, one, usually had a very complex path to get to where they are, and two, usually spent a fair amount of time in the principal's office when they were in grade school. I've taken a poll, literally. I have been in a dining room of Harvard Business School and asked for a show of hands, and I have the data to back that up. There are plenty of people who tell you that there's only one path, or that you have to have certain things to be qualified to have a new idea, to do a new thing, or go someplace they haven't been before, and none of that is true. I have been turned down for jobs at some of the best companies in the world. I'm still doing fine. My individual path has been complex. I started off life doing genetic engineering. I then went back and ended up doing master's and PhD in statistics and hardware. I've done done some management consulting in financial firms. I've done new technology. And all of those experiences give me a unique perspective and give me something to build on.
Yeah.
So start today. Don't let anyone tell you you can't. And take an interesting, winding path, because everything you learn on that path is going to make you better.
I have no more questions. Just gratitude that I got to spend some time with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll be back with another interview in just a moment. Welcome to the Voice Summit, Voice 2019. We're shutting this bad boy down, and we're doing it with Jetson and just a few more friends. We're here at the New Jersey Institute of Technology, where the future is being created every single day at this school, in this community, and we're grateful to actually be here doing this incredible event, largest voice event in the world. And I was finding out a bit about Jetson, and I'm like, okay, you know what? The brand was enough. I like the name. I like the look. But the tech has got me really interested. Why don't you come and have a conversation? So thanks for joining me. Please introduce yourself and your company. And I think you wanted to show us a demo. We can't wait to see it.
Yeah, sure. If there's time, we'll do a demo. So thanks for having us. Essentially, what we're here to solve is to give any business, no matter what you sell, the ability to sell via voice. Full stop. It's that simple, deliberately. So if you're selling auto parts, if you're selling dog food, if you're selling food, for humans, retail establishment, where you get delivery, we can help you on board quickly. The only thing you have to worry about is getting your menu or your inventory on our dashboard. We handle the rest, and we deploy, and we create the skill for you. So you can think of it, if you have to do a comparison, like the Shopify for voice commerce. Okay. That's what we want to do, voice commerce for everyone.
So Jetson is voice commerce for everyone. Is your target demographic in terms of a client an SMB like Shopify's? So if it's a Shopify client, that's a good client for you as well?
Yeah, so we have a couple of different approaches on how we plan to grow Jetson for everyone. A couple of different approaches. Number one, what we're focusing on right now is the delivery.com network.
Okay.
So we have a partnership with delivery.com.
Yep.
For restaurants that have their fulfillment and already on that network are their partners, we're actually a layer over that.
I see.
So they have a menu structure, and we can show you in a bit, but they have a menu structure, whereas through their APIs, we can express that in our dashboard.
Yep.
So that when you create an order via voice, it builds as it were a delivery.com order to the restaurant. At that point, it doesn't matter that it was presented and initiated via voice.
Right.
The order gets created, fulfilled like any other order, no other training. That is our kind of a first strategy to go after that market and onboard that network of 13 to 14,000 restaurants in that delivery.com network to Jetson. So they can have a voice channel immediately, whereas last week they don't. They sign up, this week they do.
Okay, well, I want to see it. Let's take a peek.
So as far as what you see, when I said dashboard, this is it. If you can get your menu, your inventory, your content up here, this takes care of the voice creation. You have things like categories, in this case specialty pizza, the items, 2000 Supreme Pizza. And actually, this example, Pizza 2000, is a local shop here in Newark. It's down the street. They're on the delivery.com network. This is a real-world example we're showing you. So if you can get your menu on there, oh, and by the way, it's live editable. So if in the middle of the day you're out of stock of something, we'll just check that, and the next voice interaction is reflective of the change. If all of a sudden you're at a Green Olives, the restaurant, well, guess what? Edit that, Green Olives are away, the 2000 Supreme Pizza in this instance doesn't have that on the menu. So this is a live, interactive dashboard that your voice experience is being created on.
Wow. And this is what somebody would actually log into to see.
Exactly. So think of it as a merchant. We're B2B.
Yeah.
Their customers interact with an Alexa skill or a Google action, or for that matter, since this is platform agnostic, this is a cool part of the Jetson technology. It doesn't matter what you want to deploy to now or in the future if something's created. If we support that, if we hear from our customers we want that, we can make that happen. Because again, as the merchant, this is your interface. The Jetson Merchant Dashboard, get your inventory or your menu up there. For you, it ends there. We take care of everything else, our time, our talent, our expertise. That's what we do as a value add for you guys.
Okay. Now, you brought the dot. No,
Right.
It's not a dot. It's not a show. Hold on. My brain will eventually work.
That's okay.
It's a it's this little circular.
It's an Alexa device that we can demo for you.
Can't remember.
Yeah,
it's
so
a spot. That's what it is. Got it. You brought the spot, so show us whatever you're going to show us on the spot. I'm ready.
Yeah, sure. So this is linked up to, since we're using this example, the Pizza 2000 skill. It's a live demo. We'll see how it works. So once you get your menu up here as a merchant, you kick off creating the skill. You click on the upper right, activate skill. We create that for you. We send you in the testing beta environment, and we can get started. An end user, their customer, can say something like this. Alexa, open Pizza 2000.
Welcome to Pizza 2000. You can start your order by saying something like, I want a 2000 Supreme Pizza. Or, if you don't know what you want, you can simply ask for the menu.
Alexa, stop. So
Goodbye.
You're welcome. Let me parse what just happened there and kind of explain. First of all, branding right away. You saw that immediately it said, welcome to Pizza 2000, and it gave you kind of a couple of sentences of snippets about what you can, what you can't do, what you should do. That's all right here if you reference our dashboard in our conversation starter. So you can edit live what that onboarding for your customer, what that initial interaction sounds like. So in this case, welcome to Pizza 2000, and then you're educating the customer. You can start by saying something like, I want a 2000 Supreme Pizza. That's if you're familiar with the brand and you know what you want right away. Or if you don't know what you want, you can continue to the menu and you can kind of scale down that decision tree. So it's both modes. A lot of people think, well, that's great. Do I have to navigate through a list? You know, one layer versus another layer and options. Yes, you can, but you don't have to. Our technology is smart enough to know on the category level, if you know exactly what you want, again, if you're familiar with the brand, you can say, I just want a Supreme Pizza, and you get started, you start getting your cart filled, and you place the order.
And you can onboard more than 10,000 new customers right now. Like, you're fully to market, version 1.0.
We're 1.0. We're ready right now to rock and roll. So if you're a business that wants to participate not only in voice commerce, but having your brand on voice. So forget commerce for a second. If you want to have an identity in voice, that is super important.
And every single one of your customers will get a custom skill.
Yeah, and that's also a good point. The branding, if you noticed, it's Pizza 2000. It's welcome to Pizza 2000. It's not, hi, this is Jetson, what do you want? No, your brand, you control your brand. It's your customers. We help you get in front of your customers with voice. That's the value add we bring.
It's great. Well, thank you for coming and doing the demo.
No problem.
And I'll be right back with one of my friends, the founder and CEO of BotMock. welcome to the party. I am still interested in interviewing people. I genuinely am. I'm a little tired, to be honest with you, here at NJIT. I think this is interview, I don't know, number 30 or plus today. But it's good to have you with me. I always enjoy asking about what you're doing at BotMock. One of the things that's really exciting is that you have developed software that really allow people to get into voice. So can you just first introduce yourself, your company BotMock, and then maybe we can talk a bit about the software you've developed and why it matters for the industry.
Absolutely. So my name is Ubaid Ahmed. I'm the founder of BotMock. And essentially, BotMock allows you to build, design, prototype your voice experiences. So essentially, we wanted people and teams to understand how can they get into this space and what the experience would be for their customers. Instead of building it in first go and launching it and then learning from it, they can design, prototype, understand what is the use case, what works, what doesn't work, and then from there they can build it on top of that.
It's great. We're just adjusting the cell phone because when you got auto lock on, then it turns off without permission. Naughty phone, naughty. So you and I have done interviews at Bradley Metrock's Alexa conference, which this year it's developed and grown into Project Voice. You and I did something at NASDAQ Center together, talking about what you've been working on. I think the demos you showed me back in January and April were incredible. I imagine that's still in place, maybe even improved. Where are things at today with BotMock, and where are things going with your company?
Absolutely. So we have added a lot of other features that have enabled teams to even design faster and better experiences.
Yeah.
So we're working with some of the big brands in healthcare, in fintech, in banking, in entertainment, in consumer experiences, and really helping them understand how do they not just take their mobile app and website and just create a skill out of it or a voice experience out of it, but how to really build an experience that's engaging, that is long-term, that's beneficial for them, and that's delightful for their users.
Right.
So everything from designing and then testing the design to get feedback from their focus group, and also collaborating with the team members and stakeholders. That's been what we've been trying to do.
Talk a bit about you have a team, a small team that's been working on this, and you have customers that are currently using it. They're really happy, still customers with you, telling others about it.
Yeah.
So talk about the people involved, your team and the folks that are your customers right now.
Absolutely. So we have a full-time team of 4 people and then some part-timers helping us out. Essentially, we are software developers, some voice enthusiasts. We have some UI designers who can help and consult with our customers to understand their needs, and they bring that back to us and say, okay, this is what they're trying to do. How can our software help them do that?
Right.
For our customers, we have small teams of 3 to 5 people to large teams of 35 plus people working on these things, and all sort of domains working together. So we know that it's not just the VUI designers who are part of the process, it's the stakeholders who might be from the executive team, from the customer team, from the development team, from content writers. They all come up together to actually build these things. So we want to make sure that everybody has their say in our solution as well. And they're able to actually bubble that information up and say, hey, I've been talking to the customers on the ground. If you're building a customer support aspect of that with voice skills, somebody who has been doing IVR design for your company or has been handling customer support calls already has a whole lot of data.
Right.
They understand how customers ask, how they speak. So when you are designing these things, you don't want to leave them out.
Right.
They have the content that you need.
That's right.
And then you bring them in the design process and say, if we were to design this, what would that look like?
Right.
And how would they go about it? So that really is where our tool shines really well.
Yep.
What people were doing before us is just that the VUI designer would come up with a design. It's based on assumptions. Things would not look as polished as they are. And then somebody who's talking to the customers every day in the company is like that's not how customers talk to us. That's not the language they use.
Right.
So it's critical to bring everybody and think about voice. It's not just how customers talk or how people talk to voice experiences. It's what are they looking for.
Absolutely.
And there are many different ways they can ask that.
Now, as far as somebody comes on your site, they may not know the answer to this question, so I'll ask you on their behalf.
is this something that they can just use? It's software, or do they have to call you and you help them use it, and it's kind of like really it's services with some tech? Is this a software service that anybody can use, the privacy of their own office and home without talking to you? Or is it like a relationship, a partnership? You're on the phone, you're on chat bots with them. Talk about the experience for your customer.
So it's a self-serve SaaS solution. So you can go to our website and start your trial. We do have a 15-day trial, so you can do that yourself. Most of our customers use it by themselves. You don't need us to come in and consult with you. We don't actually work with any of our customers to actually build their skills or design their skills. We help you answer certain questions. We have training for how to use the software. We can train you, your team, by creating sessions for you. We have a plethora of YouTube videos that walk you through it. But when you need design-specific training, we have a network of designers that we can introduce you to. We can bring them to you and say, hey, you can hire them for that particular reason or that question that you had, and then keep building it. But it's a completely self-service. There's no services component to it.
Well, let me conclude by saying I really enjoy seeing you at the conferences. I hope that we get to see each other outside of conferences. I'm grateful at what you and your team are doing for the industry. You can see it on the screen, but just to conclude what BotMock is bringing to the industry, it's very, very simple. It's the fastest way to design, prototype, test, and share conversational user experiences. So from everybody here at Voice Summit, we're glad to have you here. We're glad you're part of the community, and we're excited to see what you and your team continue to develop for the industry.
Thanks, Ian.
All right.
Always a pleasure.
Yes, it is. I'll be back in just a moment with Samsung Bixby.
Welcome to the Voice Summit here at NJIT, where innovation is just the standard thing happening every single day. I'm here with my friend Roger. Roger and I met in San Francisco at one of my events called the Future of Voice, and that was an unusual day. It's very smoky that day. I think it was the worst smoke ever reported in San Francisco. Like on the health meter, it was like at 800, where you're going to fall over and die if it reaches 500. So we were inside that beautiful place, but we couldn't see the Bay Bridge. But we did have a good event, several hours, lots of speakers, and you and I got to connect. And I remember you were kind of thinking like, hey, I want to really go further in what's possible in voice. And so it's exciting to see you here and see you be, more a part of what's happening with Samsung Bixby. And you want to maybe explain, Samsung Bixby is it's Samsung's version of, Amazon's Alexa and Google's Assistant. And then I believe it's Viv Labs.
So I can explain Viv Labs.
Please.
So Viv Labs is actually the brains behind Bixby 2. Samsung acquired Viv Labs a couple years ago. Viv Labs, if you want a real quick history, goes back to Siri. So Adam Shire, Dag Kitlaw founded Siri, then sold to Apple, left Apple after a couple years, founded Viv Labs, and then sold to Samsung in late 2016. So Viv Labs and Bixby are new in one sense, but also there's a deep pedigree in voice and conversational AI in another sense, because our founders are, have been in that business and that industry as long as anyone.
Let's talk about where things are at today, and maybe give kind of like the 50,000-foot view, the general, overview of like where are things at Samsung with Bixby as a consumer product, as a consumer tool. I think we talked, and I'm telling you that of all the different platforms, Bixby seems to cause the most delight in consumers, even though it doesn't have a massive user base, even though it's every phone. A lot of Samsungs are using Google Assistant and other alternatives. So let's talk about where things at right now.
Yeah, so I think things are at, so a little bit of a history of that. We launched Bixby Developer Studio last November. Actually, Bixby launched a few months earlier. When I say Bixby, I'm talking about Bixby 2. That's based on the Viv Labs, and that's the kind of new and improved Bixby that allows third-party developers to actually create
Oh, that's
a voice
why
application.
you opened up a third-party developer network, is because of Viv Labs.
Because of Viv Labs, it's an open platform that allows you to build. And then the exciting thing we did in the last month was just about a month ago, we launched our marketplace, so the Bixby Marketplace.
That's right.
So think of this as the equivalent of the Alexa Skills Store, Google Action Store, the Bixby Marketplace, where third-party developers who built a capsule, that's our name for a skill, can go polish their capsule, list it on the marketplace, and then end users of Samsung devices can enable that capsule.
And where are things going? Like, what do you want to see happen by the end of 2019? Like, what makes this a great year when the New Year's Eve party is done, the champagne is popped, and it's like, okay, that's the end of another year. We start a new year. What do you want to see the team accomplish over the course of the next 5 months?
Yeah, so I think a lot of it is about building traction.
Okay.
And this conference has been a great forward step in that, with a lot of discussions around building for Bixby. We're really strong believers. We're not going to build a great voice assistant. The third-party developers and everyone out there is what's going to build a great voice assistant. And I think that's somewhat of unique in the industry.
Yeah.
Is our belief that we will build the tooling and the platform in order for third-party developers to excel. We really think that we should democratize access to voice assistants, that if you ask a voice assistant a question, a third-party capsule should have just the same rights to answer that question as anything we build internally. As a matter of fact, we'd like you to. We'd like the third-party ecosystem to flourish, and that really is how I see it a little noisy in here, sorry. It flourishing. So really, it's about establishing ourselves, establishing that third-party ecosystem, and getting people excited and building for Bixby. I guess the other thing I'd mention is launching more devices. So we're on all the Galaxy S8, S9, and S10 devices.
Right.
But that's really the start. I think one of the great value propositions we have is just the sheer volume of devices that Samsung ships, right? We're number one globally in smartphone sales. We're the biggest television manufacturer in the world. So there is literally going to be, by 2020, 500 million devices a year shipped with Bixby on it.
It's amazing.
There's a massive opportunity there.
Yeah. How about when you look out a decade? Like, what's the future of voice from a consumer standpoint in general? How about specific to what your team is thinking through? There's no predictor, I mean, you know, but just thoughts, right? What do you think where do you think we're headed?
Well, I think, you know, I think we're in the smart speaker era right now. And I think there's been amazing things that have been done with smart speakers. But I think we're going to go to a post-smart speaker era when your devices, your appliances, your TVs, you know, God knows what. I can't imagine everything that's going to be voice enabled. And you'll be go into your house and you'll be able to talk to it. So this idea of ambient computing, and you'll be able to talk and ask it to do things for you, to make it just easier to live and enjoy life, and really make technology accessible.
Yeah.
One of the challenges I think we've always had in the technology industry is, although technology can do amazing things, we've always had to be trained on by the technology of what to do.
Right.
Voice is really a huge unlock to, first way I learned to communicate was voice.
That's right.
If I can talk to my technology, it's a huge unlock. It doesn't mean that typing and swiping is going to go away.
Absolutely.
It means that it's going to be complementary, and it's going to be a great way to interact with our technology. So I see that becoming more and more kind of interwoven into the kind of framework of our everyday life, and we can just talk to our technology. And just real exciting things to come.
It's good. Final thoughts. Final thoughts. I mean, because we could talk for forever, basically. We'll never run out of things to ask each other if we just want to keep going. But final thoughts on this live stream. You know, as I mentioned, and I probably should just thank the audience. Thanks for your attention. I know that we have people tuned in on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter from Pete Erickson's whole MoDev and Voice Summit. Also from Bradley Metrock's entire Voice First events, and at .fm network, mine, Attention, others, Jen's, Influencer Collective, and more. What would you want to leave everybody with? What's the call to action? What's the next step? Is that they should be looking into your marketplace and the, like, what do you want them to do?
So I think one thing is go to bixbydevelopers.com if you're a developer, download our IDE, and give it a shot, and try building Capsule. I think we'd certainly love to talk to companies about building Bixby capsules and building out that ecosystem. But above and beyond that, I think it's a little bit of a call to action for the voice industry. Is, you know, like I said, I think we're in the smart speaker era right now. But as we enable voice on TVs, appliances, and just being around you in your house and at work, I think there's a lot of very interesting voice applications that could be built that we haven't really imagined yet, because in some ways we've been constrained by the smart speaker kind of ecosystem and what it does. So, you know, think about voice on TV. Think about truly making interactive TV, which I think people have been talking about for a long time, actually work. Think about what it means to have appliances in your kitchen while you're cooking that you can talk to. I think there's a huge unlock of creativity that we can think if we move our thinking beyond the smart speaker.
Right. Wonderful. Thanks for another great conversation, Roger.
Thanks, Ian. Appreciate it.
I'll be back in a moment. Welcome to the Voice Summit. We just want to end this live stream by cheering on our leader, Jen. 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 Tell us about your
it's just gonna keep on
amazing
playing. It's
podcast.
perfect. Okay, so let's talk about the Influencer Collective. No, sorry. Let's talk about A Dose of Your Future. A Dose of Your Future is my podcast. It focuses on empowering the next generation of our workforce. And frankly, that's my mission. My mission in life is to empower the next generation of our workforce, and that means Gen Zers. I want to educate them on how to be successful, entrepreneurship in particular, because that's really important. And we need innovation in our country. I mean, being at a summit like this, looking around, there's so many ideas, right? It's really overwhelming how many ideas there are. But then again, it's the amount of execution and the way that you message those ideas and really make an impact.
Yeah.
And I mean, especially with technology, frankly, I don't know what half this technology is, but the ones that like a gamefully,
Yeah.
that was so cool.
That's part of the half you understand.
Yeah, but I get it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And so, I don't know. I went on for a little bit of a rant there, but that's just really the core of my mission. So, for example, Gamefully, that's a CEO that I would probably want to have on my podcast, right? Just really...
Or your bag.
Or my dad.
Bag. Your dad.
My dad?
Doesn't
bag?
matter.
I'm not sure. It's
I'm
been a long
exhausted.
day. I've actually had my dad on my podcast, so it's...
I want to be on your podcast.
You can come on.
I cheered.
Just
I was
come
hoping
to
that would do
DC.
the trick, that I'd get me on the podcast.
You can come on. And also, I really just thought Boom. So I thought Boom's thing was like, what's your dad? No, who's your dem? I thought it was who's your daddy
right?
the whole time. I was like, who's your daddy? I was dying.
It's not who's your daddy?
No, it's who's your dem.
Your dev?
Dem.
Dem.
Like
a graphic?
D-E-M.
Who's
We
your
should
dem?
have a show, you and I.
We would freaking
Oh my
kill
God.
it.
A lot of people, followers, hey, what's up? I'm Jen.
What
this is
up,
Ian.
followers?
They really like our dynamic. I'm pretty sure we're like a crowd's favorite.
We have chemistry.
We
it's
do.
A good
we
thing.
really do. Chemistry's hard to come by, quite frankly.
Chemistry.
Isn't it, Eli? Eli, honestly is, making some faces over there that make me uncomfortable.
Yeah. You know what? I still like to keep him around. Guy's brilliant, innovative.
Who?
And short. Makes me feel tall.
Who?
Eli.
Oh, yeah.
Super short.
So short.
I like to call him SSE.
SSE?
Super short Eli.
So, recapping kind of what we had today.
He's about to grab a microphone and just.
I think guys, sorry about this. I think Ian's a little delusional. He's been talking straight for about 5 days.
I've done at least 50 interviews today.
Also, I feel like this is bigger. I mean, not bigger. I feel like this is louder than it was before, but maybe because there's more of an echo in here.
Well, it's because all the people are gone.
What? It's my power.
Yeah.
See, yeah, Michael and I, we have another connection too. I just don't understand. I think this is my new family. I think I'm moving to California, honestly. I do have to expand my clientele out there anyways. Oh,
Unlimited
Jen
opportunity.
paused. That's sad. That's a good look.
It's a great look. So, final thoughts on the Voice Summit. What's a highlight for you?
A highlight? I would say what I really liked is that kind of looking around, I mean, there was 5,000 people here in and out, but building relationships. I think building relationships was one of the biggest highlights, and learning a bunch about really the future of voice and where we are in technology, and being able to say something and literally it just happens, and there's so many, really seeing the future, number one. A dose of your future.
Dose of the future.
One.
A little sprinkle.
Yeah. Two would be, again, back to the relationships thing. Looking around, building connections with speakers, building connections with attendees, companies. I mean, it was a quality conference in regards to the people who attended. And that is what I loved. And, Pete is just one of my favorite people, right. Seeing him light up and seeing him really put on this successful conference was also really awesome. And I'm happy to be a part of this team.
Yep. I mean, people around here just keep talking about FPP. Favorite people, Pete?
Favorite Do you just like make things up?
All day long. I rarely say anything that's actually true.
Yeah, I feel like that.
I am an ENFP. I'm starting a podcast.
What?
It's about the ENFP personality. I'm serious. I'm actually starting this podcast.
Are you an ENFP?
Oh, come
On the Myers-Briggs?
Oh, yes.
Do you think I'm an ENFP?
You're a little judgy. You might be an ENFJ.
I actually am judgy. Wait.
I'm sorry.
No, you think I think I am judgy.
I don't know if you're actually judgy. I just thought it'd be funny. And I pretty much live to laugh. LTL. So that should actually be something that people text, LTL. I'm going to start a podcast, Live to Laugh, LTL.
I don't know if you're being serious or not.
I don't know either. But I'm definitely starting this podcast, ENFP.
Yeah.
And I have 3 co-hosts.
Uh-huh. Am I one of them? Or
you definitely should be a guest.
Yeah.
It
for sure
is a fantastic podcast. We are going to win an Emmy. And don't do it.
Don't hit me. I hate balls.
I don't know if podcasts win Emmys yet, but we're gonna break the mold. We're gonna win an award for sure. Our podcast is gonna win one of the Voice Summit Awards next year. I don't know which one. I'll figure out which category to qualify in. But it's going to be the greatest podcast of all time. And
You're the greatest podcast of all time.
Thank you. You know, I do feel just like I'm nothing more than just a show. And so this podcast was inspired by a very famous author, Patrick Lencioni. You know who that is? He wrote like a couple dozen books.
I'm going to say no. I'm working on the no word.
Yeah, well, that's good. No word's good. So he has the ENFP personality, which means that you're just a chaotic and unruly manic person. And and he kept talking about how I'm ENFP, and like the whole time on stage, I'm ENFP. So I do an interview for him afterwards, and I'm interviewing, and like, hey, tell us about this. And I go, man, I've never seen anybody embrace their ENFP-ness like Patrick Lencioni. And I realized what I said, and I'm like, I got to save this. I mean, so the Myers-Briggs has an ENFP personality, and he really like, and I'm like, wait, ENFP-ness. This is the greatest podcast name of all time. So that's it. It's all about embracing that personality.
I love it.
It's a little bit exciting for me. The ENFP-ness pod.
Do you even know like half the things they're saying?
I don't really pay attention to anything except for when they put numbers in front of me that go down, because they will cut me off. No mercy. So you have 39, 38, 37.
36, 35. Oh, we haven't
You
sung
should
yet.
say something before it's done.
Wait,
Are we singing?
Look at my hat.
It's a killer hat.
Oh, am I still in the shot?
It is 26, 25, 24. If you run over, JP, you can be on here before it's all over. We're talking about my amazing new podcast because
JP, will
I'm
you
basically
come here
delusional
quickly,
at
real
this
quick?
point.
We need to put your British accent on the live stream.
12 seconds.
I was
10.
here earlier, but thank you so much to all of you that have been part of Voice Summit. Thank you to these 2 amazing hosts. So if you're watching, give it up for those guys. We will see you next year. Voice 2020, go see it.